Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law. Hope you're having a great day as always. We tune in once again, for the Karen retrial. Very exciting and fun for everyone as the stupid continues. As is now being reported by major outlets, apparently the idea that the state is not going to call Trooper Proctor is well and truly being reported by a lot of people. So it seems to be a little bit more than just a mere rumor. It seems to be solid enough that people are starting to go with it. And that seems like an odd thing to me on a lot of levels, as apparently Miss Reed, when asked whether or not they would call Proctor, said, "We'll see." I'm like, I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, incidentally, by the way. And it's like, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you call them? Because you would call the states if they're not going to call the state's medical examiner, you call them, and if they're not going to call Proctor, you call them, because you get to control them and make them look like idiots. And then, like, yeah, if they fight you and look evasive and all that stuff, it's just like more fodder for you, I think. So this feels like an error to me. This feels like a misstep by the prosecutor. Perhaps the first serious misstep in the case, other than, bringing the case. Other than that, the second misstep of the case is not calling Proctor. It feels like it has to be the right call to call Proctor. It's not that you want to. It's just that you can control it, and you can't control it if you don't. So that sounds like stupid. And that's what's going on. So we will see. Yep. All that good stuff. How are you doing this morning? Good morning. All right. I appreciate the 191 of you are here. We had a nice little chat yesterday with Turtle Boy. That was interesting. We learned a little bit more about him as a person and how this has impacted him. I didn't know that he had previously spent time in solitary for such a long period of time. That would be incredibly disturbing on a lot of levels. So that was really messed up. But yeah. And we're just waiting for day number 13 to start. You're going to Texas today? Texas is where it's at, man. Texas is the good place. We have our own brands of stupid. The truth is, stupid is everywhere. There's nowhere immune from the stupid, but we don't have state income tax, so at least you don't have to pay as much for the stupid. So we got that going for us. Jinx reminding chat that we do have some beautiful, beautiful Spinny fan merch. You should definitely check that out. There's some good stuff there. As the Fan Spins. As the Fan Spins is pretty good, Tony. If I ever need to rebrand the channel completely from Uncivil Law, rebranding it As the Fan Spins, we'll have to keep that in the hopper as a backup name. So if they're not going to call Proctor, I guess then the strategy is you call the other police people, try to make them look as involved as they can be. They're also apparently not going to call Higgins or the Alberts. That sort of makes sense. I don't think you necessarily go out of your way as a defense to call those people. You might call Brian Higgins because he's an embarrassment. You probably don't call Albert because I don't think you can really get anywhere with that. Maybe you have to, though, because you want to suggest him as the suspect. So maybe you do have to call him. Lots of interesting decisions by the defense to be had about who do we call that we didn't have to make last time. Who gets called? Questions unclear. We are now joined by Spinny Fan. Spinny Fan is reliable and true. Welcome, Spinny Fan. How are you doing today? Have you been enjoying the trial so far? Huh. What's the most interesting thing you've seen in the courtroom? Really? Wow. Can you tell us more? Oh my God. Spinny fan just dropping all kinds of interesting gossip here today, man. Wow. We got to put Spinny fan in witness protection, baby. Spinny fan. Every now and again, I see a little corruption in the courtroom that I find. Spinny fan. Every now and again, I get a little bit tired because I'm the only one that's ever reliable. Spinny fan. Bum, bum. By the way, we will have a giveaway today if we hit 550 likes in the morning stream. So if you haven't hit that like button, now would be a good time. Tell your friends. Also, of course, you can hit that retweet in the pinned comment. That really helps with discovery. So if you have Twitter, if you wouldn't mind hitting that link in the pinned comment and hitting that retweet button, that would also help with discovery, help people learn more about the channel and that aware that what we're doing. Those are all good things and appreciated. It's also Friday, which is good news for me. It means I get some rest, which is very necessary. These trials take a lot out of you, man. Day in, day out. Ugh. I am waiting for the caffeine to kick in as we speak, by the way. So it's going to be a minute here. This is why I have caffeine pills. Saves time from that way I don't even have to make the coffee. I just take the caffeine pill, 200 milligrams. Just get the caffeine in the body faster. With the decision not to call Proctor, I would have to redo the odds of the trial. And I have to give that some thought because when I said 2 out of 3, I was expecting the trial to unfold in a particular way, and not calling Proctor is a fairly major interruption to that calculation. And then, as the defense, if I'm going to call Proctor, the question is, when do I call him? Probably last. Probably at the end of my case or close to it. I either call him first or I call him last. Between the two, I'm not sure which is better. Yeah, I probably don't want to call him last because I can't fully control Proctor. So I want to call like Aperture probably relatively later. I don't know actually now that I think about it. I'd have to really think about when do I call Proctor as the defense? When do I put him in the sequence? That's the real good question. So I have to think about that, and then I have to like change the odds of the 2 out of 3 because the defense is going to make it as painful as possible, and that's got to change the odds something. So I'll have to give some thought about what the odds I'm changing them to are instead of 2 out of 3. Freddie York 499 rewatched the sequence where Hank presented the ring videos. They appear to be way out of order. Can't see the timestamps to confirm. Yeah, it's not unlikely that the videos weren't in numerical sequence. They don't have to be. They don't have to be presented in the time order that they happened. They have to be identified as to what they are, but they don't have to be presented in time sequence. So it's quite possible that they are out of it. By the way, we do want to thank all of our new members, by the way, who have joined recently. We'll thank some of our members here: Cricket S, Jennifer, Christy G, B Buster, CRC Duster, Irrelevant and Unloved. That's not true. You're both relevant and loved. Dark Cloud, Tracy, Julie Ridenauer, Jennifer, Jin Fairbrand, B Buster, CF Westerfell, all appreciate it. Thank you for coming on Civilians. We do appreciate it. Just remember to hit that beautiful, beautiful join button. For only 99 cents a month, you too can become an uncivilian. We have some cool emojis, and I believe we need 100 more members or something like that. Probably not as many now. We probably only need like 50 more members. I'd have to look and see what the exact number is at the moment. Oh my God, there's a crack in the ceiling. Crack in the ceiling has entered the picture. Crack in the ceiling. Why are you there? Are you is ceiling cracked because of injustice? Ceiling needs repair. Does anyone know a good painter? Crack in ceiling needs help. Send help. Does anyone know what the number for 911 for ceiling repair is? Ceiling fan needs help. Are EMTs cross-trained in ceiling repair? If so, can we get them involved? So many things. Did we hit 146,000 subs? We did, apparently. We also apparently hit 146,000 subs while I wasn't paying attention. Huzzah. That's nice. Anyways, yeah, if we get like 50 more members or something, we can have some more emojis. I interrupted my thought because of Kraken Ceiling Fan. What I was going to say is if we get something like 50 more members, if 50 more of you hit the join button, we get some more emojis. And that'd be cool. So all those things are nice. 22 apparently is the number. Miss Mandy React says 22 apparently is the number. Thank you, Miss Mandy. So if we get 22 more people to hit the join button, we can have some more emojis, and that's fun. It is too early. Why am I awake? Who decided we should have trials in the morning? Who decided that? B Buster, thank you for the 5 gift memberships. That's appreciated. It is 8 o'clock in Texas, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. UTC -5, I believe, at the moment because of daylight savings, I believe, is what we're at. Is UTC -5? I think. It's 8 a.m. Thank you through the looking glass for becoming an uncivilian. We do appreciate that. $3 p.m. in the European Union? You mean like in like France and stuff? Because like a surprising amount of the European Union is in the same time zone. At least it's surprising to me. Like all Central Europe is in the same time zone. Spain too, for some reason. Eh. The really weird thing is that there's 26 hours in the day according to the time zones. It's because you've got like some that are shifted out. You got like a UTC plus 14 or something somewhere, which doesn't make any sense. How can you have a UTC plus 14? But you do, like in one of those Pacific islands or something. So you got like 26 hours in the day according to the time zones. Time zones are weird, man. India's on a half time zone. Australia's got that 45-minute time zone for no particular reason. A little tiny sliver of a time zone. Afghanistan, I believe, is on a quarter hour time zone. It's 15 minutes off. Time zones are fun. My personal favorite though was during World War II when at one point like London was 2 hours off of UTC or Greenwich. Yeah, Greenwich was 2 hours off of GMT. When Greenwich is GMT -2, you know something's wrong. Why did we get on a time zone discussion? I forget. Anyways, it's 8 a.m. here. I remember that. Maybe I should stream in Antarctica because there really are no time zones. I can just pick a time zone. They're all equally valid. We're now streaming from McMurdo. What time do you want to be? Sure. They're all equally valid answers. Yeah, GMT means Greenwich Mean Time. I know. Yeah, but during World War II, there was a time when Greenwich was off by 2 hours. Yeah, Greenwich was GMT -2. I think at one point during World War II. Yeah, time zones are fun and weird. Yeah, good times. But look it up. Check Wikipedia. Double check me. I'm pretty sure that's true though. And then if you're over in Arizona, you got the Native American tribes, some of which observe daylight savings and some of which don't. So as you're driving through Arizona, you can be shifting whether you are or are not in daylight savings time within the same state, and that's exciting. Hmm. Oh my God! Zoom in, zoom out action on Spinny Fan. Zooming in and zooming out on Spinny Fan. Now would be a really good time to buy that You Are Muted, You Are Unmuted mug from our merch store. We have a You Are Muted, You Are Unmuted mug. So you can remind yourself whether you're muted or not with the mug. Thank you, Candy Marie, for the 20 gift memberships.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do with the honorable Beverly County Justice of the Spirit Court, now sitting at Dental, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and when sitting in this court's in session, please be seated.
Okay. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Happy Friday. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their hands. Thank you. Could we bring Sergeant Buchanan in, please? And Mr. Jackson, are you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
No sidebar? Oh my God.
Sergeant, I'll remind you you're still on the road.
Thanks. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to 34 Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other, without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you can, actually, let me give you the front page of that as well, just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So, other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner?
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10-foot by 5-foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there?
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption, at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You used the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but
So the
I'm
answer
not
is yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Fairview, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the web?
Okay.
Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me.
You know what I really need? I need a neurologist on speed dial for the stroke. I need an optometrist on speed dial for the detached retinas from my eyes rolling around too much. Is anyone here like a medical professional, preferably in multiple different disciplines? I need someone on call. Okay. There's got to be a peer-reviewed paper in this somewhere. If you are a neurologist and you're looking for something to study for a peer-reviewed paper, there's got to be an opportunity in here about this and how it affects brain cells and brain development and and cognitive impairment. There's got to be a study in there somewhere, man. I don't know if it's ethical to conduct the research though, because you might have to subject people to the stupid, and that doesn't. I'm not sure that's ethical. You're gonna have to get that cleared by ethics. That could be fun. All right, let me know how it turns out for you guys. That'd be good.
You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to do
Okay.
how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another item, another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the answer
recovered.
is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m., Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from.
The report indicates and encompasses itself. So the report is recursive? Okay. Noted.
Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it, what's depicted in it.
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and moved into evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 111.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Your Honor?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the date, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct?
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who
Good.
did?
He just said he didn't know.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time, so someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them? Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
Yeah. So,
That's not super encouraging. Like it's even if that's true, it's not super encouraging. It's like, yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that problem. Like, who did you turn the evidence over to? I don't know. You don't know? Just to somebody? You don't know what you did with it? That's the chain of custody. So it's like, yeah, it's like the chain of custody problems emerge. So on some level, it's like, I don't care what the answer is. You turned it over to Proctor and he wrote it. You turned it over to I don't know. Either way, the answer is stupid. The stupid is real. 50 SEK from Phoenix Paul. Time zones are weird. In Australia, it's tomorrow. In Europe, it's today. In Latin America, it's yesterday. And part of the U.S. is 18th century. Yep. Pretty much all those things is true. Thank you for your super chat.
Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Maybe it's my handwriting. Maybe I wrote it. Could be.
You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know
as
that?
a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was?
That's a good point. How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
we're going to go through each person?
Every one of them. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
You know, under normal circumstances, I would agree that that's a fairly ridiculous suggestion, but in the full context of this case, given problems with evidence logs and missing things and all the rest of it, it's less ridiculous. It should be ridiculous, but on the level of absurdity, like how absurd is the suggestion? It's less absurd in this fact pattern than it should be or normally is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure.
over the years.
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can either of them call Proctor to
Take a look at
testify?
that
Yes.
document. Tell me if you recognize
Potato.
it.
Either of them can call Proctor.
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is. Based on the individuals interviewed, might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well,
So why don't say- why don't
you provided a document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please, Mr.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay, can you turn to the first tab? There's a purple tab.
Some of these came off.
It's fine, it's fine. I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. If
Do you
these,
see a highlight?
yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in that highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this document?
Sidebar. Apparently, the answer was almost an hour for those of you who were doing our poll earlier for sidebar. It took a long time to get to sidebar. Back to it.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave, or an emergency, or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So it's,
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you for the 620 of you who are here. By the way, if we hit 550 likes, we'll do a merch giveaway. So seeing as there's more than 550 of you here, that means that not all of you have hit the like button. So if you'd like to do that, you might be able to get some free merch. How exciting for you. Hit the like button today. Also, if you wouldn't mind hitting the retweet on X on our pinned link, that would also really be appreciated. Thank you. Also, if anyone has a cure for the stupid, I'm buying. I'm willing to accept lies and snake oil at this point, so just lie to me and tell me that you have the cure for stupid, and I'll take that. That'll be fine. I'm willing to believe anything at this point because I've been impacted by the stupid, you see, so
Can
I'm
we
willing to
move
believe
on and come
anything.
back to this,
See,
Mr.
it
Jackson?
tracks.
I think
It
I
tracks.
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
Can we get the CDC on this or something? Does anyone have a direct line for Secretary Kennedy? Or our newly nominated Surgeon General? Does anyone happen to have their contact information? I feel like we need to look into this. $2 from Carlos Estrada, almost enough for a 5-pack of mini Snickers. That might help a little bit, thank you. Does the EU know about the stupid? Or have they also been impacted by the stupid?
I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed,
How about
and,
Japan?
Returned.
If anyone's got it, they got
Yes.
Japan,
And the other
right?
document?
Can anyone
The other
sponsor
document
me
is simply a
on a trip to
receipt
Japan?
of evidence being
I
submitted
need
on
to
a
go to
certain
Japan
day
and look for the
to the
stupid
lab.
cure.
And both of those
I'm pretty sure
documents
they've got it
indicate
over there.
that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
Maybe South
Don't
Korea.
allow that.
It's got to be South Korea or Japan.
I will have
right?
to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? You see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. I can't do anything except be honest or competent or, well, yeah, those are basically the things, to be honest, when you boil it down. Rule of threes, I really needed a third thing, but honest and competent kind of covered the territory. That was my fault. Didn't give myself anywhere to go. Bad improv or bad. Through the looking glass for $4.99 star donation for the champagne stupid search. Yeah, thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In
What-
particular, to answer your question, completeness here, in particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th?
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm
just
sorry,
him.
I'm sorry. Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
You'll reflect on it. I'm not sure that's possible. I don't believe you can reflect. I'm not sure you're capable of
Yes.
that, sir.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a two-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can
some.
you tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to the bag?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On
second
the
page?
sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker, March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the?
There's also a date at the,
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark them for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Thank you, I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just, one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
I like my own joke in chat right now. It's like we're trying to generate scams. Uncivil coin's pretty good as a scam, and somehow we can. I think we need to figure out how to do uncivil coin, and we need to figure out a way to make the value of the coin directly tied to chat's collective will to live. Because that'll be the fairest way to assess the value of the coin. Let me know if anyone has any ideas on how we could do that. That'd be good.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish.
Okay.
Actually, in case you need that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It's also...
I'm not a police officer, but does it strike anyone else as slightly odd the evidence bag has a space for the suspect's name? I mean, isn't that a little bit like kind of suggestive? Why does the evidence box have, I mean, the victim's name makes sense because, if there's who the victim is, hopefully. The type of offense, that makes sense. Location, description, who it was collected by, time, date, a case number makes sense. Who it was sealed by makes sense. Why is suspect's name one of the line items on the form? Like at all? Why would you do that? Why is there a space for it? Does that strike anyone else as odd, or is it just me? Okay, could be.
So has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th, so that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please.
It's a nice picture of a ruler.
Okay. You also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
A
Yes.
label.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this.
It looks like it has a barcode on it. Whoa, that's way too much effort.
Can you look at the, first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item? Item? The item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that
He
evidence
doesn't know what the
bag
word
labeled
exemplar means.
715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission.
There's no way that's true. I know in theory it's true, but there's no way in practice it's true. I mean, you're not the crime lab, but you've been around for a hot minute, right? Because you're a sergeant, right? You must have some understanding of how the crime lab numbers things. Surely. Right? I mean, you must have an understanding of how they do things on some level. Right? Right? Okay.
We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34.
Yeah, you've been doing this for 10 years and you have no idea how the crime lab numbers things or what their internal systems are like? Uh-huh, sure. Okay. All right. Uh-huh. Okay. All right.
Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location,
Oh my
6
God.
inches?
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6, maybe 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th, when
They
you were
need
there,
a
correct?
they need a square ruler.
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right.
They need an L
Right
ruler.
there, wasn't it?
That's what they need.
That's not what I'm saying.
That would help.
I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
I'm half surprised that what they photograph it on doesn't have a grid on it. That would be logical, right? That you put it on like a white thing that has a grid, and then you know like exactly how big it is, and you know that'd be good. Do these guys have grid technology? Can they get some graph paper involved? That'd be good. I have ideas for improvements for the lab. Just incidentally, by the way, if they need notes, I've got some thoughts. How about some graph paper? That might work.
Show Mr. Brennan, I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously. Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
You know, since you're photographing a lot of things as a lab, you could get yourself like a permanent one that you could wipe down every time. Get yourself some sort of plastic, you know, that's maybe 2 feet by 2 feet or something. Put the camera right on top of it, you know,
Sergeant,
and it has a grid on it.
Can you describe
And you can
generally,
take
just
photographs
very
of
generally, so I
things.
can either mark it or not
Just-
mark it?
just
Do you
an idea.
recognize what's depicted
I have
on
some
the
thoughts.
first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objections?
No objection.
Yeah, they have this kind of thing at Michael's. Yeah, I mean, we could get an L ruler. We could get, you know, some sort of plastic grid kind of thing. We got options. I could go on Amazon. I'm sure I could find something that would work.
113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
When I worked at
Sergeant,
when I worked for my
Same
when I
couple-
worked for my college newspaper very long ago, when I first started working for my college newspaper, we actually laid out things physically on physically, which was hardcore, right? I mean, this was like 2000, and we were actually laying things out physically, and we had, you know, the paper, and we would just literally print out the thing, and you know, and lay it out, and we had, you know, a table that had light, you know, coming through it that had a grid, so that you could physically cut out the pieces of paper and physically just literally make the paper. And then, you know, you made 1,000 copies after that. But I actually used to physically lay out paper. I can teach them this. I have the technology from undergrad. I can do this if we need to. I have ideas, baby. We can go. Yeah.
questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolk. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, L-I-M.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
About
it's
a
more
foot.
than 6 inches. I mean,
About
probably
6 inches.
7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
5 or 6 inches, maybe.
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then
It's a little-
the next page, please.
I'm not sure about that, but okay.
The final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
8 inches.
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall?
3 or 4 maybe, depending where you're measuring from. Yeah.
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor.
This is enthralling content. This is the content you guys are here for, right?
Again, the last time you were out at the location
How big
with
is it?
very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. It was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes?
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words.
Okay.
Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
What is it with state level police sometimes? I swear, man. South Carolina has SLED. These guys have these guys. What the
I
fuck
wanna
is up
change
with state
gears
level
for a
police,
second.
man? Aren't they
Sergeant,
supposed to be good
if
at their
it's okay
job?
with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall
In
after
Texas, we've
leaving
got
CF
Rangers. They're
McCarthy's,
pretty
correct?
good, though, I hear. So maybe they just
That
need
is
to learn from
correct.
us.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding
Excuse me.
about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
I'll roll them.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtatious, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had, based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yep. Well, we've reached live, and now's as good a time as any for the merch giveaway. He says, I've just been waiting for a break. Now's as good a time as any. So let's do a merch giveaway, shall we? All right, let's do this thing. All right, terms and conditions. First of all, void where prohibited. The void where prohibited, you can have item or items up to $20 worth of value from our merch shop. If you win, you send me an email with the item or items you want, not to exceed $20 in collective value. I will then send you back a redemption code that you can pop into the thing, and it will ship it to you directly from the merchant, provider, whatever. So those are the terms, and let's do this thing. Where's my little fun graphic thing? Okay, let's see if this works.
Sidebar giveaway.
exciting. So all you have to do to enter, first of all, of course, you do have to be a subscriber in order to chat. And all you have to do in order to enter the contest is type in the phrase, Bev size, I'll allow it. I've provided the exact text, so you can just copy paste if you want, make your life easier. All you have to do is type that phrase, only one entry per person. Type that phrase and you'll be entered in, and then I will hit the button and it will select somebody and all that good stuff. And yeah, that's it. That's the rules. Void word prohibited, up to $20 of value, blah, 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 blah. While you are doing that, let's look at some of the items you might be able to win, /purchase, /get for free, / you know what I mean. Let's look at some of the items that you can, well, first of all, you can just buy them in any event, so, because they're available for purchase and you might like them. Let's look at some of the items that are available for you. If I can remember my own merch get, what is my link for my merch store? I need my own link. Thank you, bot. There we go. Let's take a look at some of the. Where'd you guys go?
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take a half an hour break.
They're taking a break for how long did she say? An hour? Anyways, they're taking a break now. Where'd you guys go? Oh, okay. Where did my streaming go? No, there you guys are. Great. Let's take a look at some of the items you might be able to win. Welcome to the Uncivil Law merch store. B-Fish, of course, welcomes you to the Uncivil Law merch store, as B-Fish does. Callie loves you, and Callie would love you to buy a few items if you like. There's some good stuff out there, and you can get some cool things. Let's take a look at some of the items that are available to you. First of all, we've got some cool Spinny Fan merch.
Not talking to witnesses when they're on the stand. So you're to give Mr. Brennan copies of everything that we talked about, and somebody's got to give them to Sergeant Buchanan to review.
I have no problem with Mr. Brennan providing report number 11 and text messages.
Okay. And I need copies as well.
Okay.
So if you can get them to Mr. McDermott so I can have them, that would be great.
I'm sorry?
No, that won't save time, actually, Mike. No, so Mr. McDermott will make copies. Thanks, Jim. All right, so we'll see you back here in half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
Thanks, Bev. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by the judge. Here are some of the items you might be able to win. We got some Spinny Fan stickers. We got a Spinny Fan mug, Spinny Fan the only fan. That's good. Spinny Fan hoodie, a little too expensive for the merch giveaway, but if you wanted to get it on your own, we got Spinny Fan merch. We got some Pocket State mugs and a Pocket State shirt. That's cool. We got Don't Be a Dick merch. That's exciting. We got some Don't Be a Dick merch in a different color, which is also exciting. We got some ARCA stuff. We got some ARCA hats and shirts. And there's some other stuff in there. And of course, there is also the mug. There's the Evidence Solo Cup mug, which is pretty good. That's $19.95. So you could get yourself an Evidence Solo Cup mug if you like. That's pretty cool. We got ourselves some mouse pads. Those are neat. Canton PD CSI tool shirt. Being on Civilian stuff. House Long to Die sticker. Another personal favorite item is the You Are Muted, You Are Unmuted mug. This comes with two different sides. See, the one side says You Are Muted, and the other side says You Are Unmuted. That's cool, man, right? You are muted, you are unmuted. So, and you could just rotate it at your desk and tell the person across from you, to shut the hell up. that if they can get the message. We got some buttons. We got some evidence. We got this evidence solo cup clear. We got a butt dial phone case and available things. We got lots of different cool options. You should check out our merch store. Again, to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is type in this exact phrase, not other exciting phrases, just the phrase. Just the phrase will be fine. Where's the exact phrase? Yeah, this is the exact phrase. Just type in the exact phrase and you get to enter our drawing, and it's super fun and exciting, all that good stuff. Great. Thank you, by the way, for being here. Of course, as always, we do appreciate every one of you who are here. We do appreciate the 587 of you who are currently here. We do appreciate it. If you wouldn't mind hitting the retweet button on Twitter while you're at it, that would also be nice. And if you haven't hit like, now would also be a good time. Helps with the liking and stuff. Let me read a few of your super chats while I'm waiting too. Give you guys a chance to enter. Paul Friedman gives $9.99. McDude guy gave $10. English is his third language. First is stupid. Second is cop. Third is English. Aspen Fall gave $2. They appreciate the curse sass. Based Kurt for the win. Through the Looking Glass star donation for Japan stupid search. Darth Mack gave $2. Say Michael Proctor for 200. Alex. And yes, either of them can call Proctor to testify. JM or J Manifest became an uncivilian. Candy Marie gifted 20 gift memberships. Rose gifted 5. Through the Looking Gas became a member. B Buster gifted 5 membership. 99 Arrow Iron Duke become an uncivilian. Freddie York for $4.99 said rewatch the sequence where Hank presented the ring videos. They appear to be way out of order. Tracy became an uncivilian. Judy Cook became an uncivilian. Twigs became an uncivilian. Catherine Aboob became an uncivilian. John Miller became an uncivilian. John Miller became an uncivilian. Sufra Glum became an uncivilian. Liberty Bell became an uncivilian. Alley Cat became an uncivilian. Christine became an uncivilian. Darth Rancor became an uncivilian. Love Muses, running from love, became an uncivilian. And Carolyn Knight became an uncivilian. It is only 99 cents a month to become an uncivilian. You get some cool emojis. You get, behind the scenes content. You get a little icon by your name to tell people that you love me. And you can feel that little bit of superiority, just a little bit of superiority you can feel to let you to know that you're just a little bit better than everyone who isn't an uncivilian. Let's go ahead and do the giveaway. We've currently got 55 entrants. I will give you another 30 seconds to enter. Time is ticking. Please type the phrase. There are 55 of you entering. You can all you have to do is type the phrase. Literally all that is all you have to do is type the phrase. It is free to enter. It's free to become a subscriber in order to enter the phrase, and then it's free to type it. And then you get a drawing, and you might get an item, and it's fun and exciting. Void where prohibited, so forth and so on. Thank you very much, Mystery Christie, for the 5 gift memberships. Bad Mama Jama for the 10 gift memberships. And so forth and so on. All right, guys. I believe it is time to hit the button. Let us hit the button and see who is a winner. Well, I'll give you one more chance because there's 59 of you. Let's see if we get to 60. I want to give everyone a chance to enter who wants to enter. 59 of you who are there. Do we have a 60th or no? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Egregious Darkly. Egregious Darkly is the winner of our prize. Egregious Darkly, congratulations. Again, all you have to do is send me an email. The email is in the video description, kurt@uncivillawllc.com. kurt@uncivillawllc.com. Email's in the video description. Just send me an email, and all you have to do is tell me the item or items you want. Again, cannot exceed $20 of value collectively. So you can have more than one item as long as the total value does not exceed $20. Just tell me the item or items you want, not to exceed $20 in the email, and I will send you back a link that will allow you to get those items from the merch shop. And congratulations, Egregious Daily, for your win. See, that was easy and fun. That was both easy and fun. I have easy and fun together. Shipping should be free. If it's not free, let me know. But in the past, when people have used the redemption code, shipping has also been free. So shipping should be included. If it is not included, let me know. Well, yeah, just send me a copy of the receipt reflecting that it wasn't free, and I will PayPal you back the shipping difference. So it should be included, and if it's not, then just send me the receipt and I'll PayPal you the shipping so that that's free too. I'm not here to trick you. If there are, however, tariffs or something, that's on you. So if you live in a different country, I will pay for shipping. I won't pay for the tariffs. So if there are tariffs due, you may have to pay for that, but then you can just blame your own country on that one. I'm not paying your tariffs. I will pay the shipping. I won't pay the tariffs. So if tariffs are due, talk to them about that, I guess. Yeah. Do tariffs apply to gifts? As far as I'm aware, they do. Well, first of all, that would be strictly dependent on your country's law. So honestly, I don't even know the answer. I couldn't possibly know the answer because that would be based on your country's law. So talk to your country about that issue. Yeah, I don't know. The merch giveaway is now closed. You can stop typing the phrase in chat. You can type other phrases in chat. I suppose you can type the phrase in chat. It just won't do you any good at this point. We got light now instead of spinny fan. That's fun. Light. We got light. Light is a little drama queen though, kind of blowing out everything. It's hard to see everything because everything's overexposed. Light's trying too hard. We in Sidebar, we're on a break. We're on a half-hour break, stretch break, which is a good opportunity for us all. Let's all take the opportunity to stretch a little bit. Nice. Stretching is good for everybody. Thank you, by the way, for hitting the subscribe button to the now 146,000 of you that are subscribers. That's very validating. I'm not going to lie. Thank you very much for subscribing. We do appreciate it. Tell your friends about the channel. Tell people. Tell people so we can have more people. More people is good. You know, my witch's broomstick, something like that. Yeah. I wasn't aware the mouse pads were out of stock. Are the mouse pads out of stock? Apparently they are. Apparently they are out of stock. Well, that's a problem. I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about things being out of stock. Apparently, the uncivil law slogan mousepad and the logo mousepad are currently sold out. Fun. Oh well. You can't have those items. Or I suppose you can. You just won't be able to redeem them until they're in stock. Because I can't. Well, I can send you the code for it. You just won't be able to redeem it because they're out of stock. So I suppose you can select the mousepad as an item. I think, and then I can send you the code for it. You just won't be able to redeem it because it's out of stock. So I guess that's up to you whether or not you want to redeem it for something that's not in stock or not. That is beyond my ability to control. I am not all powerful. I have limited powers. Let's see if there's any questions in chat that I can answer as long as we're trying to kill some time. Thank you, by the way, to our moderator, Jenks, for creating that nice little sidebar giveaway video that we used. That was very nice of him. So thank you, Jenks. And thank you to our moderators as well for everything they do to help the channel. It is extensively appreciated. And my browser just crashed. That's okay. Apparently, something is out of memory. That's exciting. Chrome ran out of memory. Nice. Good times. How does Chrome run out of memory? How's that even possible? How many likes to bring back the Canton CSI badge sticker? I don't know. That's a good question. Extensions will do that? Fair. I don't have that many extensions running, to be honest. You should switch to Netscape. Old school. Respect. Unfortunately, I have to use Chrome because I'm using a browser-based streaming tool. And the browser-based streaming tools only allow me to share audio if I'm using a Chrome tab. So I normally use Firefox, not Chrome. I'm only using Chrome because I have to, because of the browser thing, because of the limitations of the browser-based streaming tool that I'm using. If we have 700 likes, can you bring it back for 24 hours? Sure. Why not? Yeah, Chrome is bad for memory leaks. Yeah, I know, but like, first of all, like, why hasn't that been fixed? And second of all, you know, I do have 64 gigs of memory. And according to my computer, I'm only using 42% of it right now, which I'm surprised that I'm using that much, to be honest. Why is my backup tool consuming so much memory is a good question right now. Why is my backup tool that I have to back up my computer using 5 gigs of memory? What's that about? Let's just quit that tool right now and save ourselves the 6 gigs of memory. It's apparently still running. That's all right. We'll just end the task. Go away. All right, there you go. No, I use Windows. I built my PC. Some of you guys were here when I was rebuilding my PC, which took way longer than it should have. But we got it done, and it's running, and everything's happy. Thank you for saying that the interview with Turtle Boy was great. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good and productive. We learned a little bit more about it. It was good times. Now Chrome is the biggest thing consuming memory. 3.7 gigs of memory for Chrome. Thanks, Chrome. Lord have mercy. Yeah, over 5,000 views. That was nice too. Yeah, it was all good stuff. Chrome does suck. It is not ideal. Yeah. Just use Brave. I don't think it would work. Yeah, I think it's Chrome or nothing, unfortunately. The limitations are what the limitations are. It's Chrome or nothing, baby. You missed the last giveaway rules? Well, no problem. Just rewind the stream and you can listen to them again. Jesus. Chromium, it's Chromium without the bloat and tracking. Brave is Chrome based, so it probs works. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, we could give it a try at some point in the future. We can't do it right now. I can't do it in the middle of. Well, technically, I guess I could, but I don't want to screw with it in the middle of a live. So we're just going to stick with Chrome for today, and we'll see whether or not we can use like Chromium or Brave or something in the future. We'll just deal with this. We'll just deal with the problem for now. It is working-ish, so we will keep it. Yeah, let's not try to change things in the middle of a stream. That usually ends in tears. That usually ends in tears because it usually doesn't work right away, and then I have to fix it. What was my takeaway from the Turtle Boy interview? I don't know that I had any particular takeaway. I get it. I liked getting to know the person a little bit. I liked getting to know who he was and how he ticks a little bit. That was interesting to me. You know, a little bit about his psychology. You know, was interesting to me. That was my biggest takeaway, I suppose, from it. Beyond that, I mean, kind of like what I already knew about him. He can be polarizing. He can be acerbic. He can be sharp. But then again, so can I at times. So, fair enough. A little shocky at times. But I already knew that about him. I feel like he's generally speaking an honest broker, which isn't necessarily to say that, he's by his own admission, he would say that he's not necessarily fair or unbiased, but he doesn't have to be. He is. He seems like someone that I might get along with as a friend in the real world. He seems like someone I could be friends with. The reception seemed generally positive for the interview. He seemed to have a good time from what I could tell. Do you think Brendan is trying to set it up to not call Proctor in this trial? Yeah, I've thought about that dark horse. It's like, am I being baited? Is a reasonable question, right? As the defense, am I being baited somehow? Because he's not going to call Proctor. Is there some reason that me calling Proctor is a mistake for me? That thought has definitely gone through my head. Like, is this somehow a trap for the defense? I haven't thought of it yet. I suppose if it's a trap, I'm not supposed to see it, but I can't see it. So yeah, I don't really see how it's a trap. I don't see it. So yeah. Yeah, so I think therefore my impulse is to call him as the defense. It doesn't feel like there's any way that can really go really wrong, because I already have his testimony from the first trial. So anything that he tries to like deviate from, I can always impeach him on from the first trial anyway. And also, I don't really care on some level what his answers are, because any answer works. If he admits to it, it works. If he's evasive, it works. So it's like, is there any way that this goes wrong for me as the defense by calling him? I don't know if there's one. Plus, like, he's been dishonorably discharged anyway. And I get to bring that out and point out the fact that he's been branded by his own as a liar. So even if he tried to even if he had some sort of new bombshell evidence that he was somehow going to drop into this thing, it's like, I have some new bombshell evidence. He's been so discredited that I'm not sure I care about that either. So if there's a trap out there, I can't find it. So I think, therefore, as the defense, I call him. I think I do. And then, so that thought has gone through my head, though. Am I being tricked? Yeah, why would Brendan leave him to the defense is a really good question. Why would Brendan do that is a reasonable question. The conventional wisdom is you draw the sting. I suppose, and also so yeah, the conventional wisdom here is Brendan, you call him because you can control it. You're still going to hit the ground, but you can hit it a lot more softly because you can control it. So the conventional wisdom here is you call him, you beat him up to death, but you do it in a much more gentle way. Then you don't really give the defense anywhere to go because it's already been done. You can control it, so you can moderate it a bit. I mean, not completely, but you can control it. You can moderate it and make it a bit more palatable compared to what the defense will do. And then you take the sting out of it. The defense really has nowhere to go. And also you build credibility in front of the jury. So the conventional wisdom is Brendan, as you call him. It sucks, but that's your best option. So if you're not doing that, why are you not doing that? There's a couple reasons you don't do it as Brendan, I guess. One reason is because you don't think the defense is going to do it for some reason. But do you really want to take that gamble as we're, playing chicken? The other reason is somehow you think that this is going to blow up in their face, which I can't see how that works, or it's a trap. The other reason is, I don't know. The other reason is somehow you think that because you get a rebuttal case, somehow, therefore, that's now in the middle. and somehow the jury will forget that. But I don't think they're going to, and the defense is certainly not going to let them. So this feels like a strategic mistake by Brennan. This feels like a strategic mistake. And therefore, I have to sort of recast the odds, because when I said 2 out of 3, I was running the case in my head in a particular way. And now he's not doing that. And it feels like a strategic mistake. And therefore, I need to readjust the odds. But how do I readjust it? I don't know. So, because I have to rethink it. So, yeah. It feels like a strategic mistake not to call Proctor. Could Proctor be in France? Well, even if Proctor is unavailable, I'll just read his testimony in from the first trial. He's already been subject to examination by both parties in the same case. So if Proctor somehow makes himself unavailable, I can just read his entire testimony into the record. It's a little tedious, but I can do it. And, I probably do that. And, call it a day. There's a lot of ways to go about this. Yeah, he was under oath. Yeah, he was under oath. So he was under oath, and both parties had an opportunity to examine him. There's no due process problem. And even if there were a due process problem, it would be the defense invoking it. And they're the ones that want to do it. Right? It would be the defense objecting, but it's actually the defense who's offering it. So yeah, they can't object and offer it. So yeah, there's no due process problem. And yeah, so yeah, what am I missing? If Proctor has somehow made himself unavailable by absconding in some way, that could also be prejudicial to the defense. Very much so. I'm assuming, by the way, the defense has subpoenaed Proctor. If they haven't, they're a bunch of idiots. So if the defense hasn't subpoenaed Proctor already, like long ago, they need to, like, right away, even if they're not going to call him, they need to subpoena him. They should have done it long ago. So assuming that they subpoenaed him, which if they haven't, malpractice, to be quite honest. So assuming they subpoenaed him and Proctor makes himself unavailable, then that might be a thing that could lead to some sort of action by the appeal court if she's convicted. Yeah. Yeah, if Proctor's expected to be hostile to the Commonwealth, would I call him first? Well, hostile isn't exactly. So your premise is you think your concern is that Proctor, if called by the Commonwealth, would actually be actively hostile to the Commonwealth. And so that's your idea. Having been burned himself, having been thrown in disgrace, your thought is that Proctor. So that's an interesting idea. Let's assume the prosecution is aware that if they call Proctor has some new exciting testimony he'd like to offer that would be very prejudicial to the Commonwealth. He's going to just confess on the stand. He's going to do a little tell-all. He's like, I have no fucks left to give. Let me tell you the horrible, horrible truth. Proctor's going to do a mea culpa. First of all, that doesn't seem like a Proctor thing to do, although that'd be hilarious. Also, if the Commonwealth was aware of that, they'd have to turn it over to the defense. So, yeah. If he's recanted his testimony, they would have to tell the defense all that, so they can't hide it. Yeah. So I'm assuming that's not the situation. I don't know what's going on. There's something in this equation that I'm not factoring into the equation. If I knew what it was, I'd factor it in. Yeah, but it seems like there's something that I'm not factoring into this equation. Proctor's going to do a little tell-all. Proctor's just going to be actively hostile. Somehow I think that the defense calling him somehow was better for me than drawing the sting, in contra to the conventional wisdom. Yeah, none of these ideas really make sense to me. So one of two things: either I'm missing something or it's a mistake. Is he still considered a governmental actor for appeal purposes? Sure, because he was a governmental actor at the time in question. Everything he did in the relation to this case, he was a governmental actor in relation to. So yes, he was a governmental actor at the time, 100%. Disgraced or not. Yeah. He was Trooper Proctor at the time, 100%. I understand not calling Alberts. I understand not calling Higgins. I don't think the defense necessarily calls Albert or Higgins. They might, but they might not. They might want to call Albert because of the possibility that he's the bad guy, or they want to suggest he's the bad guy, although I think you're going to be hard-pressed to get what you need out of Albert to really make that suggestion work. But maybe the implication is enough. You probably can't get enough out of Albert to really sell it, but to make the implication possible, maybe. And if you really want to go with him as an alternative suspect, then you kind of have to bring him on the stand and sort of extract out of him enough that you can at least imply it. So, but they might not do it because it's, not necessarily ideal. And I think the sharper thing for the defense to do in this situation is just focus on a reasonable doubt. I think if you put forward Albert as an alternative suspect, you suddenly kind of take on the burden of proof. I mean, not really, but the jury's going to think so. This is sort of the same mistake they made in the first trial, to the extent they made a mistake, is by saying Karen Reed was framed. They shifted the burden of proof on themselves. And so if you call Albert to the stand and you can't get out of him what you can't get out of him, what you'll never get out of him, what you need, then it's probably a mistake to really overtly suggest him as an alternative suspect, because you kind of take on the burden of that proof, at least in the jury's eyes. So there's definitely a case to be made that the defense abandons an explicit alternative suspect. Although the jury also wants to know, if not Karen Reed, then who. So there's counter considerations. So there's considerations both ways. But there's a case to be made for calling him, and there's a case to be made for not calling him. So as the Commonwealth, not calling him makes sense because not calling him makes sense as the Commonwealth because you're not really worried that much about the damage of the defense calling him, because it could blow up in their face. There's a lot of ways there's more ways that can go wrong. So I think not calling Albert makes sense. Not calling Higgins makes sense. He doesn't really do anything for you. Does the defense call Higgins? Maybe, but maybe not. But it feels like the defense almost certainly calls Proctor. So that feels like a gimme, because Proctor is the lead investigator and he's been disgraced. He has a formal scarlet A around his neck, people. I mean, he's the lead investigator, or the case officer, or whatever you want to call him. And he has been completely disgraced because of this case, at least in part because of this case explicitly. How do you not call Proctor as the defense? It feels like a layup. So, and also, you don't really care. If he gives you what you want, then great. If he fights you, also great. Right? So it's like you don't even care what his answers are as the defense. Every answer is equally good. All the answers are equally good. So it feels like you have to, or it feels like you really should as the defense. You know? So yeah, that's sort of my thought that's going through my head. So that's what I think. How do I maintain my sanity? That's a good question. Am I sane? Who knows? Do I think Proctor gets a job as a cop somewhere? I think it's a little bit unlikely given how public his disgrace was. Usually when cops are disgraced, it's a little less overt. I think Proctor might have difficulty finding job as a cop. Yeah, that seems implausible. Yeah. So yeah, if the defense, yeah, it feels like the defense really wants to call Proctor. I mean, you're going to be able to get him declared as a hostile witness. It would be hard to imagine you can't get him declared as a hostile witness. So you'll be able to ask leading questions on direct, I imagine. You know, because yeah. How much can Bev hamstring the defense on questioning Proctor? Not much. Yeah, not much. They might be able to hamstring him a little, but not in a way that will really matter. The best Bev can realistically do is to prevent like them from explicitly like talking about the report itself, the actual like report where he was actually disciplined. But they can talk about all the underlying things that led to it. So the worst that Bev could theoretically do as a practical matter is be like, you can't really use the report itself, which is a mistake, I think, as a matter of law, incidentally. But it's the most aggressive action that she could plausibly take and still possibly get away with it. Because you could still ask all the underlying things and just not introduce the report itself. You can't actually introduce the report itself. You can't actually read the report itself or read its conclusions itself. That would be the most aggressive limiting thing that she could plausibly do, which isn't fun for the defense, but to some degree, it doesn't matter too much. It's not great, but I can still get 95% of the way there. Like, it was that same thing we were talking about with the issue of can I use the Massachusetts court filing to question that witness? And we had that sort of discussion. And also Ron Coleman joined me yesterday to provide his opinion. He thinks the answer is yes, or if not using the report itself, the fact that the report's existence. Like, isn't it true you weren't allowed to testify? Right? But you can't actually like read from the report itself. So you can't introduce the report. Even Ron seemed to agree to that. Or you can't introduce the opinion, rather. You can't introduce the Massachusetts opinion. But Ron thinks you could ask the question, well, isn't it true that you weren't allowed to testify? I'm like, yeah, you can probably ask that question. So like, yeah, but it sort of doesn't matter to some level because the defense was able to get 95% of the way there. It was just that extra little cherry on top that they were denied. Everyone likes their cherry, but it ain't the sundae, right? So if the defense is denied the ability to publish the report and have him read the report and all that stuff, then, that's not fun, but they can get 95% of the way there, so it's fine. Yeah, the fact that he's been fired is a fact. Like, are you a trooper anymore? No. Why not? I left the force. Was it your decision or someone else's? And so forth and so on, right? So it's like, Yeah. Turtle Boy did not provide a source for saying what witnesses have been called, but the same information has been reported by either Law and Crime or Core TV. I can't remember which, but one of them reported the same information. And Karen Reed, I think herself was quoted, or her team anyway, was quoted on this issue. So it seems to be true enough for the purposes of our discussion. Yeah, Dave, can you introduce the existence of the report itself? Well, yeah, you can ask some version of the question, right? There's some version of the question you can ask. So if it's not like after the report, you can't mention the report. Okay, it's like, all right, was there an investigation into you? Yes. How'd that go for you? There's versions of the question you can ask. So it's not, you want the report, you want the damning words, but you can get most of the way there without it, so it's fine. Thank you for the 565 of you currently spending some time with me. Thank you for the 700 likes, by the way. Do appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button already, that'd be great. If you haven't retweeted the pinned comment, that would also be great. Turtle Boy apparently gave me a comment. Turtle Boy apparently said on Facebook, yeah. So anyways, all kinds of good stuff happening. That wasn't Turtle Boy. That was someone else. Never mind. The phrase, the contest is over, man. The contest is over. We already did the phrase. We already did it. You missed it. It's over. That was like a half hour ago, man. You're behind on the stream. You gotta pay attention to these things, man. Let's see where my watch item is that I'm waiting for while we're waiting. Am I doing a watch build this weekend or not? Let's see. Where is my item? Oh, it's in Texas. It looks like we might be able to do one today or tomorrow. Let's see if it's going to arrive on time. That'd be nice. Is it going to come? Is it going to come tomorrow? That'd be nice. Not now. I'm busy. Let's see. Well, it says a delivery date will be received once. Well, it's in Grand Prairie, Texas. 75052. That's pretty close to me. So maybe it will arrive tomorrow. If it arrives tomorrow, then we can do a watch build this weekend. That'll be fun. For those of you who don't know, by the way, I've decided to take up watchmaking as a hobby. We gave it a go like 3 weeks ago or something. It didn't go well. We ordered new parts. We're going to give it another try. So I'm making wristwatches, the Bee-Fish Watch Company. I'm pretty excited about it. We'll see how it goes. The last part I'm waiting for is this little plastic jig that is used to install the second hand. because the second hand is incredibly small and very fragile. And you're trying to get this very, very small pin in this incredibly small hole. And my hands shake like crazy. So it's a little bit difficult because my hands shake like crazy. So it's a little bit hard to get the very precise thing in the very precise hole. So there's this little plastic jig I bought for $35. $35 to solve this problem. That's supposed to, basically make it so that you just put it right on top and it's exactly in place. So we're going to see how that works. Hopefully it works. $35 for this. Unbelievable. But if it works, I mean, you can reuse it. So that's nice. I mean, it's a tool, so it's reusable. So it got that going for me. We're still trying to figure out what watch AJ is wearing. I noticed that he had a black stripe in his watch band. It's a metal band and it's got a black center stripe. So I don't know if that is an identifier. I was trying to Google it. I couldn't really find what watch that was. I'm assuming it's the band that came with the watch. So what watch is metal and has a black center stripe? That's what we're trying to figure out now. Exciting. Yeah, I'm going to sell the watch. I am going to sell the watch. I am absolutely writing it off as a business expense, 100%. 100% I'm writing all this off as a business expense. Yeah. I am going to sell the watch. Yeah. And or give it away as merch and or something. So either way, it's 100% a business expense. Yeah, no doubt. Do we have an image of the watch? Not really, no. We haven't seen the face of it clearly. It's a white face watch. Let's see if I can find like a picture of like the band or something, at least. But we haven't really gotten a clean view of the face. But it's white face watch and it's got a metal band with a black stripe in the middle. And trying to scroll to find this is challenging. You think it's a Rolex Daytona? Could be. Does Rolex Daytona make one with a black center band? I'm not aware that Rolex makes a watch with a black center band like that. Rolex Daytona Panda?
Unmuted.
I'm Googling. I'm not seeing any watches that have a similar band. You think it's dark metal and not really black?
Go to back of the session, you may be seated.
It looked pretty black when I saw it, though.
Jurors, we appreciate the long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with the court's permission.
Okay.
And with the court's permission,
Hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you. Okay.
Your Honor, may I, with the court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
In your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you. May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes. Can I see it now?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of a text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins?
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins.
So we're going to mark this
For identification only.
Exhibit EE for identification.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
All right. I'm going to see counsel at 7.
On Discord, someone has suggested a white-faced submariner. That would be a pretty rare choice, a white-faced submariner. But it could be. I mean, it's got the pictures that we see has a black bezel like the submariner does, and it would certainly make sense. It's a bold choice. It's on yeah, white face submariners. Like I've never actually seen one in the real world. Maybe he has it on a custom band or something. That'd be cool. If he changed the band of his Rolex, I'd actually I'd have a lot of respect, man. That's like, that's a respect, man. If you took the time to have a white faced sub and then you also changed the band of the watch to customize it even more, respect. I respect that watch game a lot, man. That's hardcore. I've got my Rolex sub on a NATO right now. Some people think that's blasphemy, but that's okay. I need to put this Zen homage that I got on a different band. This is such a fucking heavy watch. I need to replace the band to reduce the weight. I'm thinking like a 2-piece nylon because I don't want it to be any thicker. So I can't put it on a NATO because it would have 2 pieces of cloth and I can't have it any thicker. It's already thick enough, man. So I'm thinking a 2-piece nylon or something because this is such a heavy watch. It's like, man, I need to reduce the weight of it. I like the styling though, a lot of it though. It's very cool. Yeah. So maybe I'd like to I think do a red band of some kind. So I was thinking maybe red rubber, which would be very appropriate for this watch because Zen makes this watch and they make it with a rubber band. So rubber would be appropriate, but I was thinking maybe something even lighter than that, like a nylon might be the way to go, or maybe a sailcloth, probably in red if I could find it. So currently trying to find an appropriate band to change that out on. A Rolex Panda. You want a silicone band, get a Casio? That's a dumb comment. You can you can put anything on anything. It's part of the joy of watch collection. Don't yuck someone else's yum. That's kind of a dumb comment. If you want to put, people put Rolexes on rubber and they do all kinds of fun things. Come on, man. Damn. More sidebar. 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 I do need an extra long band though, because my wrists are so thick. I got thick boy wrists. So I need to find a band that, has some length to it. You use a canvas NATO? See, that's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah. All right. Yeah, do what you like, man. It's your watch, man. Yeah. We can definitely talk about watches though. For 100%. Watches are cool. Men's watches should have a metal or leather band. Fair. Yeah, fair. Titanium laced carbon fiber. Ooh, fancy, fancy. Spinny fan is spinning for justice once again, man. I don't know what's going on with this report. I do like the styling of this chunky boy. It is a big, but it's a lot heavier than what I'm used to wearing because I'm used to wearing a titanium watch, and this is steel. This is an homage to the Zen U1. It's not the Zen U1, but it's an homage to it, made by steel flies, and it is a heavy boy, 45 millimeter. It's 15 millimeter thick. It is a heavy boy, man. It's a little uncomfortable compared to the titanium I'm used to wearing. So I got to figure out a way to bring the weight down. Defense wants to read the whole report with Yuri to force the Commonwealth to call Proctor. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Steel flyer made by Steel Dive. There you go. That's right. Steel flyer made by Steel Dive. You got it. Yeah. This watch cost $120. The real thing costs $3,000. But it's like, yeah, you get the exact same look for a very small fraction of the price. It's like, yeah, so plus I can't afford a $3,000 watch right now, so that made that really easy. But it is a heavy ass boy, man. I don't know if you can change, like, I don't know what you can do. Can I change like the back plate of it to titanium or something to get rid of the weight? Can I change the bezel or something to get rid of the weight? It's like I gotta figure a way to bring the weight of this watch down. A Zulu band, respect. A Zulu band isn't a bad call. Maybe I'll get a red Zulu for it. That would save me a lot of weight. It's a good place to start. I'll go look for a red Zulu band. Although really, I want a zero pass because it's already so thick. I don't want to add new layers to it. So yeah, I'm back to a 2-piece nylon. I think a 2-piece nylon is the way to go here. Get a 2-piece nylon in red. Call it a day. Or like sailcloth or something like that. Doesn't necessarily have to be nylon, but a 2-piece cloth of some kind. And just find one that's long enough in red and call it a day. I think that's probably the way to start. What kind of watches do you guys have? Tell me about the watches you have or are wearing. What are you wearing right now? What are you flexing? Tell me about what you have on your wrist. Homage is the word you're looking for, Robin. Fitbit? Cool. An Apple Watch? You got a Bulova in the box? How long did I prep for the bar? About that length of time, about 2.5 months, something like that. I took about a week off after law school, and then I studied for it every day until the bar exam. I was literally studying for the bar the day before, which was great, incidentally, because there was an essay question that I would have gotten wrong if I hadn't studied for the bar. It was either the day before the bar exam or 2 days before the bar exam. I studied something that I didn't know the answer to, entrustment under UCC, and I didn't know the answer. And it was a multiple choice question, and because I got it wrong, I looked up the answer and I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. And then like the day later or 2 days later, it was the basis of an entire essay question. And I felt really smug. I was like, I'm going to get this right, and a lot of other people are going to get it wrong. And then I asked other people what they got as I was walking out the bar exam, and every person I asked got the wrong answer. So I felt even smugger. So it was nice. Garmin Descent, Tag Heuer Kiera Classic, nice. Can I do watch repair? Needs a new face. I don't know. I don't know that I'm into repairing phase of stuff yet. I'm just getting started. I'd have to source a face. Yeah, it's a little early for me to do repairs. You might want to stick with a professional at this time. Maybe later, but probably not in the near era. UCC? Yeah, exactly. Seiko Rising Sun with red gator skin band. Ooh, that's a nice choice. I like that. I respect that choice. That's nice. Isn't orange my color? Orange is definitely a color I like a lot. Sure. But this watch has red accents on it, so a red band to go with the red accents makes more sense for the match. Fossil Grant. I'm not familiar with the Fossil Grant. What is that watch? Let's take a look. Fossil Grant.
All right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
A citizen Asadora?
I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored.
More likely than not, or beyond a reasonable doubt? Is that a correct statement of law? Given what we learned yesterday when we did research on this issue? Is Bev misstating the law right now? I think she might be misstating the law.
Or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
Okay. If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's
I really hope we're not going to read through that entire thick packet one text at a time. Because if we are, I quit.
to and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a ha-ha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by, same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, no way, with an emoji, X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay. More sidebar. More sidebar. What could they be talking about, man? Bev regretting her life decisions, I guess. Back to watch talk? Well, what do you guys think of the new Rolex Land Dweller? Personally, I'm not a fan. I don't really like the wide shoulders of the
We're
case.
trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Buchanan, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, Counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
Bubbles appear to be Ms. Reed, the text response.
Okay.
That's agreed on.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No. Let's just go. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Could we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's to think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come. So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess a guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny, a savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, you're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep. No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people? You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young? He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry, life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest, so I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got, we chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with, or W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few? I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know, I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second.
thank God.
When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within?
Where the
Yes,
above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles.
Yep. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So, why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes, from jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg me. Beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kiss, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you. A lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dawn? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want. Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? 'Cause you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet.
Then try.
I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy.
Didn't you dispute that earlier? When you said you seem happy, you gave him a hard time. I remember you saying that earlier. When he said you're happy, why do you think I'm happy? Now you're saying you're happy. You're happy all the time. What is going on in this conversation?
You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No.
I hate everyone
Why are
in
you
this
being
conversation.
sensitive? I am not. Kinda. Pfft. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist.
First of all, it probably does. Second of all, it's the ideal. I hate everyone involved in this conversation. Everyone in this conversation is dumb.
Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
Who do you let's do percentages of the stupid between the two. Okay, so we got Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. So but between the two of them in this conversation, who do you hate more, chat? Or could I get a percentages? It has to add up to 100. So between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, what percentages of the stupid do you want to assign this conversation? I'm having a hard time deciding.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids. Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were a ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble. Haha. Why am I?
No one in this conversation should be talking like this. Ladies don't talk like this. Men don't talk like this. This entire conversation is dumb. This entire conversation is incredibly stupid. I blame everybody. I don't even know what this conversation is anymore. It's just tiring and dumb. It's not going anywhere.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good.
I would have given up on this conversation long ago. Which maybe is why I don't date as much as I should. I would have given up on this conversation long ago. I cannot be bothered to play these kinds of games. This is just a waste of my time.
Yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually... but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod.
I think your mistake here, Brian, was not much earlier in this conversation saying something like, hey, would you like to get together for drinks Saturday at 8? Or would you like to, or are you available tonight? Or any version of that would have been fine. I think was the mistake here. And then we're just involved in some sort of weird hell where nothing's really advancing.
I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight?
Feels like you could have responded with, if she's saying I'm looking for an influencer, it's like, well, I'm here to influence. Want to get together for a drink? I don't know. It feels like there's some opportunities that are being lost here in this pile of stupid. Although, to be fair to him, she's also giving him a hard time in places that it's not deserved. Like when he said, like, you seem happy. And she's like, what do you mean seem happy? And then later she's like, I'm happy all the time. Like, why are you giving her a hard time about that? Can anyone communicate clearly? Does anyone know how to use their words and talk like a normal person? Oh my God.
Influence to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday, in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big?
What conversation are we in now?
I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust.
You would have been much better off with, I think you're cute. Would you like to get together for coffee / a drink tonight / Saturday? That would have been. Okay. Now we're in just some sort of hell where I don't even know what conversation we're having.
Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids. I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family.
What fucking conversation are we having
I feel
at this
different.
point? What is this conversation that we're having? What are we even doing at this point in the conversation? Someone needs to be the adult. Someone needs to be the adult and say, "Do you want to get together for a drink?" Someone just needs to someone just needs to drop that at this point. Okay, we just need to cut to the end of the page and just drop somebody in this conversation. I don't care who it is, whether it's her or him. Somebody just needs to drop a, "Do you want to have a drink? Can we get together? House tonight / Saturday?" Someone just needs to do it at this point. I don't know what conversation we're having. This conversation is making me sad and upset. I don't like this conversation anymore. I want to bail on this conversation completely. I know it would be quite jarring at this point to just drop a, "Do you want to get together for a drink?" It's a very sharp transition, but we just gotta peel off the Band-Aid and just drop the, "Do you want to have a drink?" And whatever happens, happens, and we move on with our lives. Because this is not working, man. This is not working. It's time to bail. Time to bail on this conversation. Let's go.
If they were mine or my own sister's. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected.
If anyone in chat has any better ideas of how to salvage this conversation at this point than just jumping completely to the chase, if anyone has any better ideas on how to salvage that, I'm interested. I'm not exactly, the world's best romantic texter. Maybe jumping straight to the end is not the way to go here, but If anyone has any better ideas, I'm open. But it feels like we need to just cut to the end at this point.
Me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel. And she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang?
Oh dear.
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you.
So let's see what phases of this conversation we had. We had what I'll call the flirting phase. Then we had the tell me about your home like I'm a realtor phase. And now apparently we're having the let me be your psychiatrist phase of the conversation. Okay.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
How about you send her a video of this? See if that gets you anywhere.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way, too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am.
Oh! No, no. Isn't that her? Wait a second. Isn't the gray text Karen? Really? Seriously? So Karen is the gray text, right? So Karen does what I've been yelling at them to do for a while. She's like, do you want to grab a drink? She just cuts to the end of the chase. Thank God someone stood up. And he doesn't say, yes, I'd like to, or how about Saturday, or any of these things. He says, if you gave me some notice, I could have. What the fuck kind of answer is this? No, I don't want to have a drink. Yes, I do want to have a drink. I'm not available right now. How about Friday? One of these responses. No, I don't want to have a drink. Yes. Does now work for you? I'm not available right now, but how about Friday at 8? One of these answers. What kind of fucking answer is this? I have more game than this. I have more game than this. This is sad. I have no game whatsoever, and I have more game than this. Holy shit. When you're coming to me for game advice, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. Holy God.
I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me?
What? Okay.
Don't we already hang out?
Isn't he supposed to be like a police officer and like a detective and stuff? Okay.
I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar, no? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here.
Do you want to have a drink? You don't have to have a drink. There are 5 bedrooms here. You could stay here. I don't know, man. I don't know. It feels like there, you know, do you want to hang out? Why would we hang out? I feel like there's some clues that, you know, there might be some direction that she might be interested in heading. Potentially, I feel like there's some indications along the way. Help me. Help me all. Help me.
Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut
Oh my God.
and locked a door here.
There's no
Funny.
fucking way.
Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over?
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? I don't understand what he wants from his own perspective. This is very odd. I don't know what's going on. Like, she's inviting you over. Bring the alcohol. I've got bedrooms. It seems like she might be interested in potentially some sort of romantic liaison of some description. Now, look, if you're not interested in that for whatever reason, I totally respect you. Right? I mean, look, right? Just because she's down doesn't mean that you have to be down. A man has an absolute right to say no too. And shame on the women who shame men when they say no. Because there are definitely women like that. They've never been told no before. And if a man says no, they're like, what, are you gay? It's like, shame on you, right? A man has every right to say no too. So if he doesn't want to bang her, that's cool. Just because he doesn't want to bang her in principle or because she's in a relationship, that's cool. No, I'm not down for that. I don't like you that way. No, I'm not down for that. You're in a relationship and I don't do that kind of bullshit. Like, these answers would be fine. He's allowed to have his preferences, okay? If he does want to bang her, then be like, cool, I'd like to come over and bang you now. I'm bringing the drink, save me a bedroom. But we're not in any of these universes. We're not in any of these choices. And she's laying out the carpet. She's like, bring over a drink, bring over the bottle, got some bedrooms. You don't have to drink. You know, it's like, you know, let's hang out. I mean, if you want to say no, be like, no, I don't wanna. I'd respect you. You have every right to say no, Higgins, but you're not saying no. I don't know what you're saying. This is some bullshit, and I hate this conversation.
Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that?
She's saying, I don't think I feel guilty. And you're like, why don't you feel guilty? What conversation are we having now? Is he trying to convince her not to sleep with him? Or not sleep with people? What's he trying to do right now? What is his goal in this conversation? I don't understand.
Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was.
By the way, chat, would you like to get together for drinks? I'm free tonight. How's 8 p.m.? Would you like to get together for drinks? Then maybe we can come back to my place and bang. You guys up? What are we doing?
You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck.
See, chat, I like these answers. These are all good answers, man. Yes, I'm good for drinks, but no bang. See, that's clear. No thanks, I'm good. No thanks, Kurt. Yeah, see, this is good communication. We're having clear communication. I said what I wanted, you said yes, you said no. This is a good conversation, chat. This is how normal people talk. We're doing good collectively, you and I. This is great. They could learn something from us, chat. Lord have mercy.
And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs, so at some point, you have to think more.
Though seriously, if you guys want to get together for drinks, we don't have to bang, seriously. But if you guys are in the greater Houston area or Katy and you want to get together for drinks, I could use a drink at the end of this week. So if you guys want to meet up, maybe we could schedule something if you guys are in Houston/Katy. Yeah. I could use a drink after this. Yeah. Maybe some nachos. Lol.
Rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like. And probably pretty independent, too. So like.
She says she likes you. Somehow, at this point in the conversation, she's still interested. She's being relatively forward, all things considered, because someone has to move this conversation along.
I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's party?
You're aggravated at being invited to a house party? What is this conversation we're having? What is this conversation we're having right now? I don't know what conversation we're having. What conversation are we having?
Excuse me, tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not gonna run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun.
Dude. I mean, she's trying reasonably hard at this point. Is he just trying to be deliberately obtuse for some reason? I don't. You need to know what's going on.
No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little.
Oh my God.
I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single?
Why? I'm confused why you want to hang with me. Are you single?
Yes. I don't think
I feel like I can put I feel like I can put two and two together. I know men are not necessarily great at putting hence together. I know men sometimes don't do really well with the hence, but I feel like I can add this together and figure out what's going on. I mean, why would you want to hang with me? Are you single? I feel like that might indicate something. Okay. All right. Okay.
I think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday?
Sam says women are not good at giving hints. That's true, and I think women think also that their hints also look like not hints sometimes. Yeah, that's women think. I think women think they're better at giving hints than they are, because men, because they try to be subtle about it, and then it's like deliberately confusing. And then men are afraid, especially these days, of getting burned. Heaven forbid that we act on a hint and then, we get it wrong and then we're blasted all over social media. So a lot of men will play it really safe these days. And then the women wonder why they don't take hints. Well, it's because of that we get blasted on social media and look like jerks. So yeah, everything is stupid, but this is pretty overt. So I feel like I can pick up on this.
You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me?
I don't know. Maybe it was when she said earlier in the conversation, Do you want to have a drink? You don't have to have a drink. I have a lot of bedrooms. Are you single? I thought, that might be some indication that she might have some interest in you. I mean, those could be some ideas. Just some random thoughts in my head.
Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them?
Yes. Yes. Several times in this conversation. Fairly explicitly. Do you want to have a drink is pretty overt. Yeah.
John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that, or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me?
I don't think you do get it. I don't think you do get it. I mean, no is a valid answer. No is a valid answer. No, I don't want to hook up. No, I don't want to have a drink. I don't like you that way. I don't date people who are in relationships. No is a valid answer. I just don't know what conversation we're having. I don't. Okay.
Me the other night. I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question.
Okay, I mean, I guess that kind of is fair in context. I guess I'll spot him that, but all right. I mean, if you don't want to do it because you don't think it's in her interests, I mean, that's a reason not to do it. I mean, fair enough, but I mean, okay. All right.
Question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular.
That much is clear.
Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Just so I mean, what do you want, man? What do you want? What conversation are we having? Does he know what he wants? Use your words. What do you want? Do you want to hook up? Do you not want to hook up? Do you not want to do it because you think it wouldn't be good for her and you're looking out for her? It's like maybe you're just that kind of person. It's like, I don't think this would be good for you. I'm not going to do it because I don't think it's good for you. It's like, I guess. But what do you want? What conversation are we having?
I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places.
What?
John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun.
I'm not feeling the fun, man. I'm really not right now. I'm not feeling the fun. I'm not having fun. Yeah.
So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God.
I don't like anything about this conversation.
What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again.
Okay.
She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me, himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too, and kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again.
Oh my God.
Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again.
Oh my God. She is asking again. I can't. I can't with this conversation. I just can't. I just cannot with this conversation. I can't. I can't with this conversation. I never want to be told I have problems with women ever again, man. Oh, holy shit.
Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you would have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
Oh my God.
Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I've tried and I am failing. Tried what? Failing what? hot and personality, and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't he?
Then simply say, no, I can't come over tonight. Can I come over Friday or Saturday?
Hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got. I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot.
I'd like to go back to what conversation are we having? I don't understand what conversation we're having.
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay then.
I don't know what more she can do at this point. I mean, I was harsh on her initially. It was an equal shit show for a while there, but she redeemed herself long ago in this conversation. She has been as clear as she can possibly be that there's some romantic interest, and you know, seems to be hinting pretty hard that there's sex involved. And she's just now with like, what do you want? And he says, I don't. It doesn't matter. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Eh.
Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad?
By the way, if any of you are interested in like meeting up today, you can drop on my Discord in general. If we can get enough people together for a meetup today, that'd be cool. Maybe 7 p.m., 6 or 7 o'clock, something like that, in West Houston, Katy area. If we can get like 3 or 4 people that are interested in meeting up, maybe we can get some nachos or something. It'd be fun. Drop on my Discord, let me know. See what we can do. This isn't bullshit. I need a nachos and I need a beer of some kind. I'm thinking Pacifico sounds pretty good right about now. Some nachos. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's get some nachos.
Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule.
What is the Tuck Rule? I regret asking immediately, but what is the Tuck Rule?
I can't wait until tonight.
Yeah, we can get Nate to come too. He'd probably do it in a pinch. I mean, I haven't talked to him, but he's usually down for something like that. So I can't guarantee Nate, but if we get enough people together, I can probably get Nate to come over too. Yeah, probably. It'd be fun.
Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass, no problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will.
I have to say there was a little bit of judgment involved, which isn't necessarily bad, incidentally, because you're allowed to like things and not like things, but you're like there seemed to be a little bit of judgment in there. Yeah. Okay. Shit.
You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because
I totally respect you. I totally respect you if you don't want to date her or bang her because she has a boyfriend. That's very honorable. I totally respect that. Be like, no, I'm not interested because you have a boyfriend. But I don't know what conversation we're having. I just don't know what conversation we're having. I don't know why she's still having. I don't know why she's still talking to you at all at this point, to be honest. Maybe you just don't want the same thing. It's okay to not want the same thing at the same time. That's okay. Different people want different things at different times. It's totally okay. I don't know what conversation we're having.
we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha. I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay. At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please. Bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or
Oh, God.
it's not comporting with the.
There's a page
you're
missing.
right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry, I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge? I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going. Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so.
How is she still trying at this point to make this happen? This woman's effort is legendary at this point.
Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay.
Do you understand what an address is? When they say text me an address, it usually has a number and a name, sometimes city, state, zip. Do you know what an address is, sir? Oh, Lord.
I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in.
Oh my God.
Bryan Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you
just give her an address. Do you know what an address is? Give her an address.
can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m.
Wow, they actually met up? They actually met up at the same place at the same time and had a get together? Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. They actually managed to meet up? How?
Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I am exhausted. Yeah, that makes
I'm also exhausted. I am also exhausted. I also want to drink. Oh, Lord.
two of us, but I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha, I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha, I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 11:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
All right. Lights, please.
Yay!
Pleasures, we're right at 1 o'clock, so we can take our lunches.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Yay!
I'd like to see council just a second about scheduling, please.
Goodbye.
Goodbye indeed. Goodbye indeed. Wow. Exciting. John died. He was the lucky one, I guess. Damn. And John got off easy, yeah. Yeah. One person expressed some interest in possibly getting together on Discord. So if there's anyone else who wants to see if we can, I'd like to ideally have like 3 or 4 people get together tonight. So if there's other people interested in possibly doing something tonight, drop me a note on Discord. If you're in the Katy, West Houston area or willing to get there, we can have nachos. They don't have to be nachos. You don't have to eat nachos if you don't want. Do I have a private jet? No. Is Katy a neighborhood? Yes. It's next to Houston. Well, it's a city, but yeah. It's a smaller city next to Houston. Yeah. It's where my P.O. box is in Katy. All right, and then we're on break till 1:45. Are they only on break for 15 minutes? Do I only have a 15-minute break? I talked my way right through the break. That sucks. I'm way behind, apparently. Do I just keep you guys on stream here for the entire break? And just have you listen to watch the banner headline for a while? I don't think I want to set up a redirect to this afternoon stream. I'm not sure if that makes sense or not. Just for a break. Since we already have this stream going. It's only 15 minutes. That's Eastern time? I know. So it's 1:32 Eastern time, I know. So I've got 15 minutes. They're back at 2? It says back at 1:45. Can I replay the text string? No. I'll let you listen to nice core TV music for a break while I find some sort of lunch option. You can listen to the cool hold music beats. Exciting. Hello again. How are you doing? So I blacked out. Did I miss anything? What are we doing? What happened? Spinny Fan has been telling me things. Strange things. They finally banged? Excellent. Yeah, I mean, it's still not too late for those kids, right? Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, they might work it out yet, right? It's still not too late for those crazy kids. Maybe they'll bang yet. Maybe they'll bang yet. Could be. Could be. I mean, now that John's gone, good times. I'm looking for watch bands over here, trying to find one that I like for my band. Still working on it. There's some soft silicone that could do. Look at watches and watch bands for a while. Let's look at watches for a while. Let's see what looks good. Spinny Fan is spinning. Spinny Fan is spinning indeed. At least one of AJ's watches is in fact a Rolex Daytona Panda. I'm not sure that's one he's wearing in court right now, though. But it might be. But we found a picture of him at a press conference where it was easy to see that it was a Rolex Daytona. Well, at least one of his watches is a Rolex Daytona. So. Nice watch. I'd rather have that than a Speedmaster, to be honest. Although they do make some automatic Speedmasters. The professionals manual wind, and that would drive me crazy. I'd have to get one of the automatic Omegas, Chronos. I don't want to manually wind my watch every day. Quartz are automatic, man. No manual wind. Do I like the Rolex Pepsi? What's a nice little boy doing true crime? I don't know. I'm not a GMT fan, I'll tell you that. That extra, I mean, unless I was traveling a lot that I need, or I really need to keep track of 2 time zones for something, but that extra hand is just not working for me, What's a GMT? It's got an extra hand so that you can mark a different time zone. Allows you to keep track of 2 time zones at the same time. And then some of them have a rotating bezel. So technically you can keep track of 3 time zones at the same time. Let's look at watches for a while we're waiting for court to come back. Let's look at watches for a while. Oh, no, court's coming back. Court noises are happening. No, never mind. Court noises are happening. Are we going to hear more text messages? Probably. What is a watch fan called? Horology. It's the study of time.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
So, horologist.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, you had an opportunity, obviously, you read them, so now you've familiarized yourself with that series of text messages that you received from Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Would you, I'm going to ask you the same question again. Would you consider those text messages as you reviewed them when you received them from Brian Higgins as being flirtatious or romantic in nature?
I would not categorize them to that extent. Certain parts of it might be, but the total conversation, if you want my opinion, I can provide you with it.
Was there some flirtation in the text messages that you noted?
There are terms that I used. You're hot, witty, stuff like that. You know, talking about banging and hooking up.
What word would you use to describe them if not flirtatious?
The totality of the conversation?
Sure. Let's start there.
My opinion is that it's a angry girlfriend trying to set up a hookup.
How would I describe the conversation as a whole? A walking disaster area of pain that is truly hard to categorize and makes me sad inside. Is that a valid answer for court?
Up to her John.
To her jump?
To her John.
To her John.
Yeah.
Would you consider the responses from Brian Higgins to be flirtatious in nature?
No.
There are
No,
conversation.
I don't. Flirtatious isn't the word that comes to mind, Jackson. That is not the word that comes to mind. What word would you use? Shit show? A train wreck? The Hindenburg blowing up? Those would be more the terms that I would use personally. You can put me under oath. I'll say that under oath.
Parts that are enticing, maybe a little of advances, but the totality of, to put a label on the whole thing, my opinion is that she's trying to get revenge.
Get revenge.
I don't really see revenge in it. I just see a sea of stupid. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Don't ask me under oath how I'd characterize this conversation. It's not going to go well. That's what's happening right now.
Yes, get revenge.
On John.
Yeah.
For what happened on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When you say revenge, you don't mean physical revenge.
Well, emotional revenge. She's trying to hook up with Higgins and then hurt John by cheating on him.
And in fact, you did note that John O'Keefe was not privy to these text messages, right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you know that?
I do not, Your Honor, no.
He's not on these texts, is he?
I don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with what Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence.
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay. So as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
I don't know that I'd agree with that, to be quite honest, AJ. I don't know I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think I'm a relatively honest broker, but I don't think I agree. I don't know. I don't know what that bullshit was. I'm sorry, I got nothing.
You have to ask that differently.
In your mind, as you read the text messages, did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated by Karen Reed, and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures?
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those went back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they
Not
went back and
really.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I don't know that I'd go that far either, to be honest.
I read that
AJ would accuse me at this point of being evasive if I were on the stand. I swear I'm not being evasive. I promise. I don't think I would agree with that. I'm not being evasive. I don't know what that bullshit was. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part in her?
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
Called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time,
He was interested in going over to her house.
I
Yes.
don't know if that's true, really. I don't know about
Yes.
that.
He told her that he thought she was hot. His
He
words.
he did say that. Yeah.
Correct?
yes. From the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
I don't know. I don't know how I interpret that. I honestly don't
From
know.
the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I don't know.
What do you think,
Matter
Chad?
of fact, he's basically said that.
How do you interpret this? How do you interpret it? I don't know. I got nothing. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to make of what he was saying. I don't know.
Didn't he? In the text message, from the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
Yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You to ask it differently, Mr. Jones.
Did you interpret any of his text messages as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
When you first saw these text messages and you reviewed them, did you interpret those text
Please,
messages in your mind?
please just don't ask me any questions asking me to characterize Brian Higgins' side of this conversation. Please, I just don't know. Please, I don't know the answers. I don't. I don't. I knew a lot of the answers the other day when the expert witness was on the stand. I knew the answer to every question was Michael Proctor. This one, I'm a dum dum. Just don't ask me any questions trying to characterize Brian Higgins' side of that conversation. I have nothing of value to offer you. I have nothing of value except trash fire. Is trash fire helpful? If trash fire is helpful, I've got that. That's all I've got to work from. That's the only answer I have. Trash fire. I have nothing more. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm interested in your mind, as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how Karen Reed felt about it.
I believe his statement indicates that he was interested in seeing what her interest was, what her intention were, and questioning the fact that she's dating live-in boyfriend with his buddy.
Sure.
He used the word ghost several times, correct?
I do recall reading the word ghost.
How did you interpret that word?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I interpreted ghost in the common slang terminology as to abandon conversation, stop communicating.
He indicated that 2 different times in the text string, correct?
I know I read the text messages by reading them out loud to a room full of people.
Also, don't ask me to recall any of the messages I just read in court. Did he say that in the messages? I don't know. Didn't you just read them? Yeah. Do you remember reading it? To be honest, not really. No. I kind of had a mind dump somewhere in between. I don't really have any memory. Please don't make me read it again. I beg you. I'll just agree with anything you say. Just I'll take your representation for it.
I might not have remembered how many times the term ghost came through.
Fair
I was
enough.
concentrating more on the reading, not of the comprehension of each word.
Fair enough. But you did note that he used that term in his text messages to her, correct?
I think I recall at least once that the term ghost
I
was
don't
present
recall.
in the
I don't want
communication.
to recall.
Did
You can't
interpret
make me
that?
recall.
I'm looking for what
I
was in your
refuse
mind.
to
Did you
recall.
interpret that
Fuck
use
you.
of that word
How's that
by
for an
Brian
answer?
Higgins
Is that a
as
valid
showing
answer?
Some level of frustration at her abandonment of the conversation.
I have thoughts,
No, I
guys.
did not. No.
Not at all?
No.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "you ghosted me"?
Yes.
How do you interpret that phrase, just in general?
I've heard it communicated between other people. I've never used the term ghosted. I think it's a little after my time. And
I really want to do like a few good men here. Are these really the questions you brought me here? Please tell me you have something more. Please. Why are you asking me these questions? I'll confess. I killed him. Okay. Whatever. Can we? Whatever. This is bullshit.
communicating with others, but I take it as you stopped responding to my text messages.
Do you take that, do you interpret that, or did you interpret that as a positive or a negative comment? You ghosted me.
I interpret it as a matter of fact, like you stopped talking to me. I never thought about it in a positive or negative connotation. I never gave it any thought.
As you sit here now, if you do give it thought, would you put a positive
You can't-
or negative connotation on the phrase, you ghosted me?
Look, you can't force me to think about things, okay? I'm sorry. You can't force me to think. No. I won't think. You can't make me. Go away.
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that, based on the text messages that we just saw, there was a series of text messages that went back and forth starting in mid-January and basically ending around January 23rd, correct?
This chain of text messages began in January 12th and ended January 29th.
Right. I'm going to get to the 29th. But the back and forth ended on January 23rd, did it not?
I don't recall as specifically. I can leaf through it and tell you what it is. I know I read the dates out loud, and again, I was concentrating on reading.
Do you have the document in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to the last page?
Yes, sir.
I believe it's the last page. It may be the second to the last page or something. Do you see an entry on January 23rd, 2022, a text message from Brian Higgins, thought you were all set?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed responded with talking? Question mark. No. Period. Correct?
That is her response.
Mr. Higgins then responds, with 4 M's behind the H. Correct?
That's correct.
And then he responds again. By the way, did Ms. Reed respond to the
No, she did not.
And then he follows up with, you sure, with no punctuation. Correct?
That's correct.
Did Ms. Reed respond to you're sure?
She did not.
The next text is on January 29th at 11:32 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, January 28th at 11:32 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Is that from Ms. Reed or from Mr. Higgins?
At 11:32 p.m. on Friday, January 28th, it is from Mr. Higgins.
That's all I ask. And now, can you tell the jurors what that text is? And then the next text immediately after it.
Well,
So between January 23rd and January 28th, would you describe Ms. Reed's side of the conversation as having ghosted Mr. Higgins?
no, she initiates the conversation. You had me read the second text message in the chain.
Between January January 23rd, when that last text message was sent by Brian Higgins, until January 28th at 11:32, would you describe that as Ms. Reed having ghosted Mr. Higgins for those 5 days?
Strictly looking at the text message communications and not knowing whether they...
Correct. I'm not asking you to speculate. I know there's other stuff you want to say. I'm asking you just to read, just to answer the question that I've asked. Based on the text that are in front of you, Sergeant Lieutenant, does it appear that Ms. Reed ghosted, as you define the term, Mr. Higgins, from January 23rd until January 28th?
One could read into that in that manner, yeah.
And then on January 28th, Sergeant Buchanan, when Brian Higgins sends, well, did Ms. Reed respond?
No, she did not. They were together at the same location.
Did she respond to the text?
On that day?
Correct.
Not on a text message, no.
You said they were together. That means that Brian Higgins was together in the same room with Ms. Reed when he sent his text, correct?
Yes.
And she ignored it, didn't she? Okay.
Sustained.
You also received from Mr. Higgins certain text messages between him, Mr. Higgins, and John O'Keefe himself, correct?
Yes, yes, we did.
And one of those text messages, one of the last text messages that they exchanged was, as a matter of fact, the last text message that was exchanged was Brian Higgins at 12:20 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, texting Mr. O'Keefe, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
I would have to take a look at the document. I don't have a memory of it specifically. I know I reviewed it, but I don't have a memory of the time and content.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No, no worries. Based on this extraction, I cannot definitively say that this text message was sent on January 29th because of the file source time and, and the JPEG being so small. I can't testify to that, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has kindly offered to stipulate that the "you coming here" text was sent, I would offer the following stipulation, that "you coming here" text was sent on January 29th at 12:20 a.m. from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe's phone. Quote, "You coming here," 3 question marks following it.
What was the time?
I'm good. 12:20 a.m. May we enter that stipulation with the court's permission?
Sure. So, jurors, you've heard that the lawyers agree that that fact is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. So you were aware of the timeline on or about January 29th when, first of all, Karen Reed had not responded to a text message from January 23rd throughout January 28th and into January 29th. Sorry, throughout January 28th by 11:32 p.m. or so. She just not responded. Correct?
So the text message that she sent to Brian Higgins, the last time she sent a text message was on the 23rd.
And he responded with several text messages to which she did not respond on January 23rd. Correct?
I believe she sent 2 and he said 3, I believe.
So the answer is yes. There was a text message that she sent, that he sent to which she did not respond. Is that right? On the 23rd.
He was the last one to send a text message on the 23rd.
That was following multiple text messages back and forth between the two of them, spanning a couple of weeks. Correct?
Yes.
Then, on January 28th, 2022, Brian Higgins is at the Waterfall Bar and Grill after 11:30 p.m., correct?
He was.
Karen Reed then walks into that same Waterfall Bar and Grill, accompanied by her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
They did.
Brian Higgins then texted Karen Reed, who's standing in the room. Well, correct?
Correct.
Karen Reed ignored that text, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Karen Reed did not respond to that text.
There's no text.
Brian Higgins then, a little less than an hour later, texts John directly, "You coming here?" with 3 question marks, correct?
Correct. It's been stipulated.
That is an accurate timeline of the events that we've just talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're also aware of a call, your investigation revealed a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the 29th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did your investigation reveal a call between between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Time for a sidebar, baby. It's sidebar time. Sidebar for you and me. Sidebar time is the way to be. It's sidebar. Thank you for coming to the Uncivil Sidebar. Can I take your order? If you wanted one heaping pile of bullshit, your order is ready. Sidebar time for you and me. Sidebar time is the way to be. Sidebar time. We need a sidebar like theme song that we can play, that I can press a button, just plays a sidebar theme song. Like a 10-second long like sidebar song. That's what I need. That'd be good. Send the order back with the pizza and burger. If wishing made it so, man. If wishing made it so.
Sure.
Sergeant Buchanan, did you become aware during the course of your investigation, then I'll narrow the time frame, during the course of your investigation, that there were calls between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at approximately 2:22 a.m. on the 29th?
During the course of my investigation, I was not aware of that. If you have a document that I can see, I can tell you if I've ever seen it before.
Did you seek to secure Brian Albert's cell phone to determine what calls he did and didn't make on
No.
January 29th or January 28th?
No, we did not.
Okay. In your experience, would a phone extraction, a cell phone extraction of Brian Albert's phone have revealed calls made and received in the time frame that we're talking about, the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
If a phone is extracted, the records of phone calls being made and received would show those records.
You did receive information from Brian Higgins' phone, specifically the texts that he claimed he pulled off of his phone and gave to you, correct?
We received text messages that I read today that Brian Higgins provided from his phone.
Did you seek to secure his actual phone for a forensic download or forensic mirror image to get the actual calls made and received or text messages made and received from his phone?
No, we did not.
At some point, this is just yes or no. At some point, did you become aware of a call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at 2:22 a.m. on the morning of the 29th? Just yes or no.
No.
As you sit here today, this is new information to you. Let me rephrase that. This is unknown information to you. You do not have any information about that?
Objection.
Sustained. We need a time frame, Mr. Jackson.
I realize that, Judge. That's why I'm asking it this way. As you sit here, are you aware of a phone call between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Look, you just shared that with me. I have no memory or record of seeing that it actually took place. I do not know.
Okay, so you've never heard that before. That was what I was getting to. You've never heard that before.
No.
Okay. You indicated that you did not seek to secure Brian Albert's phone to do a phone extraction at any time, correct?
We did not try to get Brian Albert's phone for any reason whatsoever.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation that Brian Albert destroyed his phone?
I'd like to be seen. Objection.
Jurors, disregard that question. Come over to sidebar, please.
Sidebar! Sidebar time, it's sidebar for you and me. Sidebar is the place to be. It's sidebar time. Everything's okay at Uncivil Sidebar. They drink shots when they go to sidebar? They should. Although at the end of the day, we'd be pretty wasted, to be honest. Anyone got any jokes? The bartender asks, what will you have? A time traveler walks into the bar. Yeah. Do I have any jokes for my stand-up? Not really, no. A group of mathematicians walks into the bar. He asks first mathematician, how many drinks do you want? He says one. He asks second mathematician, how many drinks do you want? He says a half. Ask third mathematician how many he wants. He wants a fourth. Ask the next mathematician how much he wants. He wants an eighth. Bartender pours 2 drinks and says, you guys got to know your limits. Three logicians walk into a bar. Bartender asks the first logician, "Do you all want a drink?" He says, "I don't know." Asks the second logician whether they all want a drink. He says, "I don't know." He asks the third logician, "Do you all want a drink?" He says, "Yes."
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you become aware of a call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while at Canton Police Department?
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022?
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed?
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th, you did nothing to investigate that?
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction that Brian Higgins provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If
John's
you,
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone, correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet from the front door, side door, and the garage door. Correct?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports, initially, that was a possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize
three.
it's before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, he had a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And it wasn't a contusion.
If two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye. Well, let me ask you differently. Did you speak to any of the paramedics?
Yes.
Did they describe an egg above his right eye?
I'd have to see a report to actually be described as an egg above his right eye.
Did you notice a laceration at his right eye?
His right eyelid did have a tiny, tiny laceration.
Did you see a small laceration at the right nostril on his nose?
A tiny, tiny laceration, yes.
You noted that he didn't have any broken bones or fractures other than to his skull?
I did not know that. I didn't conduct x-rays or conduct the autopsy. I'm not a medical professional.
You didn't ask the doctors at the time you went and visited him and saw him in the hospital whether or not he had broken bones or fractures?
I don't believe they reported that.
And another factor that you considered was the fact that in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, around 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., there were no taillight pieces found at that location? Zero? Did you consider that?
At what point?
On January 29th, between, say, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m.? Did you consider that?
Once we learned that there was damage to the defendant's right rear taillight,
Sergeant, I'm
I could only consider at that point because I didn't know what I didn't know.
Right.
We don't know, we don't know. We work with the evidence that's presented and we develop the investigation.
And the evidence that was presented at that time, Sergeant, was a leaf blower was used to search the area, the exact area that you described for this jury as being the area around the fire hydrant, the flagpole, where John's body was, and no taillight material was found at all in the first searches. You're aware of that, yes or no?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you're also aware that no taillight material was found until after.
Oh, geez. Sorry. I accidentally. Sorry, I accidentally nuked. I nuked the court feed and I didn't even notice. And I was reading chat, and it's like, what are you guys talking about? I nuked the court feed, and I didn't even notice. That's kind of funny, man. It's been a long week. Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I'm sorry. You guys didn't miss much. Don't worry about it. Oh man, sorry. That's funny. All right, let's give this another go.
34 Fairview and headed over to Canton PD.
Yes, I did.
You knew that at that time, say 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, there was about 0.2 of an inch of a dusting of snow, correct? Very light.
At that point in time, there was a coating. I cannot speak to the amount of snow that was on the ground.
But Brian Higgins told you in that interview that he didn't see the body because it was hidden by a snowbank.
Objection.
Did he say that to you?
I don't have a memory of that, Your Honor.
Man, welcome to Uncivil Law. Man. A day without a streaming mistake. Yeah, it's still waiting for that day to happen, man. Still waiting for that day to happen.
Take a look at page 3, the highlighted portion, if you wouldn't mind. May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that Brian Higgins said something about a snowbank at the time when he left 34 Fairview?
He stated the reason he did not pay attention to the grass is he was concerned with his snowplow on his vehicle and was not paying attention to anything over the snowbank, just with the plow in front of him as he operated the vehicle.
And of course, you knew at the time, as a detective and an investigator, you knew at the time that with a dusting of snow, there is no snowbank. Right.
He mentioned plowing the driveway for the Alberts when he arrived, so there might have been coating and he was just plowing it and then creating a line. I cannot speak to how much snow was actually being plowed with the dusting that was on the ground. So there might have been a small snowbank. Again, he was referencing it. He was not paying attention to anything behind the snowbank, so behind it.
Snowbank being in the yard. Actually, he said the lawn.
Yeah, he's,
Objection, I can't hear you.
Sorry. He talked about the snowbank being in the lawn, not the driveway, correct? That's how he described it.
he said he was not paying attention anything past the snowbank being the lawn.
And did not pay too much attention to the lawn area behind the snowbank, correct?
Right, off to that area, right.
Did that raise any suspicions in your mind that Brian Higgins may have been being less than truthful with you?
No.
Getting back to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you were also aware that Brian Albert was at the waterfall, correct?
At one point, yes, we learned that.
And you knew that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were friends with each other. Is that right?
We learned that as well, yes.
you've already indicated that you did not seek Brian Higgins' phone records. I may have asked you this, and if I did, I apologize. Did you seek Brian Albert's phone records or an extraction from his phone?
No, we did not.
Did you look at the entirety of the waterfall video? Did you review the entirety of the waterfall video when you first obtained it? Or have you looked at it since?
I have at one point or another viewed the entire video, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this has already been marked as evidence, but I cannot write it. It's not my notes. Exhibit 22, I'm told.
Okay.
May we exhibit that for the, or present that for the jurors?
Yes.
And I'm asked to advance this to runtime 8:30 to about 11:08, so a couple of minutes with the court's permission.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play that.
Now we're going to watch 8 minutes of bar video now. Okay.
Can we pause it briefly, Mr. Wolk?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So what do you guys want to talk about for about 8 minutes? I can go back to
Point to the
staring into the
jurors
void. That was good.
Whether or not you see Brian Higgins in that video?
I'll use the screen in front of me for initial indication. I believe that that is Brian Higgins right there.
Can you do me a favor, just so everybody has a perspective? Can you also point to him there? Okay.
There you go, right there. I believe that is Brian Higgins.
Okay. Do you see Brian Albert in that video?
I can't tell you exactly. Maybe if you run it a little bit longer, or zoom it in, I could possibly tell you. But from right here, right now, I cannot.
Sergeant, why don't we play this for a couple of seconds? And if you don't mind, if you get to a point where you recognize the person that you know is Brian Albert, could you just tell me to stop and I'll pause it?
Absolutely.
Let's go ahead and play it with the court's permission.
Sure.
All right, so I guess now we're watching 8 minutes of bar video for whatever evidentiary video it has, I guess. What do you guys want to talk about for 8 minutes?
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Brian Albert is the individual right there. Right there.
Can you describe what the
We could
what
work on
Brian
some more
Albert
jokes.
And, by the way, for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses indicated the person toward the left, right under the 2-9 on the chyron on top, the 29.
Yes.
Can you describe what you see the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, doing in this scene?
It looks like they are facing each other, possibly squaring off in a stance.
Can we go ahead and play this forward, please?
A horse walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Why the long face?" The horse says, "Because my wife left me, you dick."
Can we pause it? Sergeant, did you see either of the two men or both of them squaring off in what you would consider to be a fighting stance?
I guess it could be considered that. I would look more like rough housing. It's a couple of buddies messing around.
Not suggesting they were actually fighting, but a fighting stance.
Yeah, no, they were not. They were not fighting. No.
Go ahead and play it.
A guy is interviewing 3 people for a job. A mathematician, an engineer, and a lawyer. Guy says to the mathematician, "How much is 2 plus 2?" Mathematician breaks out a piece of paper, starts writing things down, and be like, "It's 4. Here's a proof." says thank you. Brings in the engineer, says how much is 2 plus 2? Engineer gets up, conducts a little experiment using things that are available on the table.
Can you pause it?
Is like, well, here's 2 pencils and here's 2 other
Sergeant,
pencils.
do you happen to see in this
Put 'em together,
shot,
here's 4.
just for orientation, do you see my client, Ms. Reed?
I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the two gentlemen. I
That's fair. That's kind of an unfair question. Could you, if we play this a few more seconds, could you look around, scan around, and tell me if you see someone that you believe is my client?
yes, I will try.
Let's go ahead and play.
He asks the engineer how much 2 plus 2 is. He does an experiment. He says, well, here's 2 pencils on the table. Here's 2 other pencils on the table. If I put them together, I have 4 pencils. Guy says to the engineer, says, thank you. He brings in the lawyer. He says, how much is 2 plus 2?
Do you see
Lawyer
anybody
gets
pop
up,
Ms. Reed?
closes
yes, I
the
believe she's in the
blinds,
top left, excuse me,
and
top right
whispers,
corner.
how much do you want it to be?
Of the frame, talking to Mr. O'Keefe and I believe 2 other gentlemen
Long hair?
on your client.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this up to 11:08, please.
I'll give you my favorite legal
Is that
joke of
up to
every time, all
11:08?
time.
Okay, thank you. We can take that one down briefly. This is, if we have the lights.
Are we done with the video now? Oh, okay.
Sergeant, this is
I thought we were having 8 minutes of video
at the
time. Never mind.
waterfall just before midnight on January 29th, 2022, correct? What you just saw.
That footage is from the waterfall just before midnight on 28th.
I'm sorry, my mistake. On the January 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Going into midnight, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
All right. This would be just minutes before everyone headed out of the waterfall and went back toward Fairview, correct?
Not everyone. The band didn't go to the Fairview.
Well, obviously, I'm not talking about the band or the bartenders. I'm talking about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, those folks. Correct?
It's before some of those individuals left the bar and headed to 34 Fairview.
If we could push to runtime 16:35, 17:22, while you're queuing that up, did you see, after I asked you the initial time about the stance that the 2 men were taking, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, did you see them continue to take what could be reasonably described as a fighting stance toward each other, even in jest?
They were squaring off and roughhousing, yeah.
Okay, what does squaring off mean?
Facing an opponent in like wrestling or a martial art, I guess.
Hands up?
Yes, squaring off, yeah.
I'll give Jackson this. He's always
You
very
are
well dressed.
former military
Yes,
and current law enforcement.
yes.
Is hand-to-hand fighting taught in both military and paramilitary organizations like law enforcement?
I had hand-to-hand combat training in the Marine Corps. I had defensive tactics in law enforcement capacity in the Marine Corps, federal, local, and state academies.
Are you aware that Brian Albert is former military?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I am aware that Brian Albert is former military.
And Brian Albert was also a Boston police officer.
I am aware of that as well, yes.
Are you aware that Brian Higgins was former military and a combat veteran?
Now I am, yes.
And are you aware that Brian Higgins, at the time this was taken, this video was taken, was also a federal law enforcement agent?
I was aware, yes, I was,
Okay.
yeah.
If we can go ahead and run at 16:35 to 17:22 with the court's permission.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you my favorite legal joke while we're watching this. A guy is in a hot air balloon and he's over a farm and he sees someone below and he yells to the guy below. He says, "Hey, can you help me?" The guy below says, "What do you need?" The guy in the hot air balloon says, "Can you tell me where I am?" The guy who's
You can
on the
pause it.
ground says, "You're
Can you
over
describe
my-"
for the jurors what you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins doing in this footage?
Based on my understanding, it looks like he's giving him the Heimlich maneuver, or
As if
abdominal thrust, I guess. I don't know what he's doing.
Brian Albert's got his hands around Brian Higgins, correct?
That's what it looks like from here. I have no idea what he's doing.
Could it be
They're
described as
they're
wrestling or
interrupting my
grappling?
jokes.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it.
I mean, that doesn't look like a fight to me, to be honest. I have to be honest. That doesn't look like two people fighting. If the defense is trying to characterize that as fighting, I'm not buying it, counselor. That looks like two very friendly people to me. I don't know what to tell you.
Thank
Have
you.
you-
If we can take that down.
Have you met men before? Like ever? It looks like a pretty friendly interaction to me.
During the course of reviewing this video, or the entirety of the video, not just the clips that you just reviewed, did you see where John O'Keefe was, generally speaking, relative to Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Throughout the entire time?
He wasn't standing still, I understand that, but generally, was he standing with them or was he closer to the bar in the back of the video?
I believe after Mr. O'Keefe arrived and embraced a few people with hugs, I guess if I had to estimate, most of the time he was on the other side of the table, which would be closest to the bar area.
And after you saw Mr. O'Keefe walk in and greet everybody with salutations, did you ever see him interacting with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert throughout the evening again? On this video?
On this video, I did not know.
I'd like to play runtime, one more clip, Your Honor. Runtime 1915 to 1957, about 45 or 50 seconds.
So he says to the guy on the ground, "Where am I?" The guy on the ground says, "You're over my
pause it?
farm."
Just to orient the jurors, can you see any individuals that you earlier described, Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, any of those individuals in this clip as yet? Or do we need to play it a little further?
I would need you to play it a little bit further, please.
Is it possible, with the court's permission, to zoom in on the upper portion of the video?
Okay.
You could center
Can we
that just a
enhance
little
as
bit
long
to-
as we're at
to
it
the
too?
right.
Get some of that CSI magic and enhance it.
Other way?
Can we turn it into color?
There we go. Thank you. And if we could go ahead and play that from 1915 to about 1957.
All right. So the guy in the hot air balloon asks the guy below, "Where am I?" The guy in the farm
it.
says,
Do you recognize the three people
"Never mind."
center screen now?
I really can't make it out. I would have to be assuming.
I don't want you to assume.
guessing.
This joke
I
is
can't
totally
make it
worth
out
it, guys. I
to identify
promise.
each individual. If
Let's
you
play it forward if we can. One more time. At this point, go ahead and pause it. At this point, can you make out any individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, I can say that looks like Brian Higgins in the middle of the three gentlemen.
What is he wearing?
It looks like a hooded sweatshirt.
Okay. And the person to his, sorry, let's do it from your perspective or the juror's perspective. The person to the left of Brian Higgins.
I believe that's Brian Albert.
And the person to the right of Brian Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe that's Chris Albert, but I'm not positive. I'm
Okay,
not
let's go ahead and
positive.
play it. Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not
really.
paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
Not really.
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
It's in that direction. I don't know exactly where he's looking, whether he's looking at the bar, to the right of the bar. I can't tell from this.
Okay, okay. And John O'Keefe, you indicated earlier that John O'Keefe, that's where you saw him most of the video, toward the bar area, to the right of the bar.
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. O'Keefe in that group of people?
I cannot make him out. Could you play the video? Maybe he is behind an individual.
Let's go back to, if with the court's permission, I'd like to go back to the full video, and let's play it from here. Do you see John O'Keefe there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you point to where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions?
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt, multi-tone gray sweatshirt with the hood on it and his hat.
And
And
on
this
the other TV?
right
Okay.
there. He's appears to be at the bar paying the bill.
Okay. With this perspective, could we just go ahead and play that, the 30 or 45 seconds one more time? But please focus on Mr. O'Keefe. Pause it. Do you see where Mr. O'Keefe is looking at this point?
Yes.
Where is he looking? What direction?
Well, from this vantage point, it looks like he's looking to the left on the screen at the individual he's appears to be conversing with.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. And what about now?
Same individual.
Okay.
He's
Play it.
still engaged in conversation.
There's a point here somewhere,
Pause
right?
it. And what about now?
He's taking a sip of beer.
Right, which direction is he?
Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? We're going second. Why are we doing this? Why am I watching this second by second? Is there a reason I'm doing this? Why am I doing this? I have questions. Mostly why is the question, to be quite honest. I guess I have exactly one question at the moment.
Is he looking?
In the same direction.
Okay. Go ahead and play. And go ahead and pause it. If we could go back out to the full screen. At this point, does it appear in the video that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Chris Albert have all left the bar?
There's someone standing across the table from Mr. O'Keefe to his rear. I don't know who that is, so I can't testify to that. The others have left.
Given this perspective, now that we've seen both of them zoomed, do you have an opinion as to whether or not it appeared that Mr. Higgins was gesturing toward John O'Keefe just before he left the bar?
I couldn't tell any of that. No, not even.
Given
a
this
little bit.
perspective, he might have been. I don't know who he was gesturing at.
Okay. We can have the lights up. We'll take that down.
That was a waste of my time.
I want to change gears for a second. Let me ask one more series of questions, if I could, Sergeant. What we've just seen was literally Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, leaving Waterfall to go to a different location. What was the location they were heading to, based on your investigation?
They were heading to 34 Ferry Road.
And shortly thereafter, who else followed to go over to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, you said Chris Albert?
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't, okay.
Nope.
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, they went to 34 Fairview, and then Mr. O'Keefe also traveled there.
Thank you. I want to shift gears, if I could, to another video. Did you review certain ring videos, specifically relative to One Meadows, the outdoor ring video servicing the carport area?
Yes, I have reviewed those videos.
If we could, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? This has previously been marked as 12A. If we could, with the court's permission, zoom in on the Chevy Traverse in the upper left-hand, the vehicle in the upper left-hand corner of the video.
Okay.
Pause it. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the upper left-hand corner. Okay. Go ahead and play. Pause. Did you see anything happen with the left rear tire of the other car in the driveway?
Which car are you talking about?
The highlighted portion, the parked car, which is the left rear tire that's zoomed in on.
I wasn't paying attention to the tire. Can you play it again, please?
With the court's permission?
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. Pause it. Okay, you can take that down. Did you see anything happen with that left rear tire of the Chevy Traverse?
Based on that video, it appears there might have been movement there.
Last year, and you've seen this video several times, correct?
I have.
You saw it during the course of your investigation, not just in the course of proceedings, correct?
Right.
Last year, you indicated that you observed the vehicle, Miss Reed's vehicle, come near Mr. O'Keefe's car. Which one in that video was Mr. O'Keefe's car?
The Chevy Traverse.
And that would be the car that was parked and static, not moving, correct?
Correct.
Having seen this, do you still believe that the SUV came near the Chevy Traverse, or do you believe it struck the Chevy Traverse?
With the clarity of that video, there is a lot of movement in the shot. Not with great certainty. It appeared that there was movement of the tire, but I cannot say with 100% certainty that there was movement.
You can't say with 100% certainty that that tire literally shifted and wiggled upon some sort of an impact.
Based on the video, there appeared to have been movement.
Okay. You had this video for the first 3 years of your investigation. You had this video very early on, correct?
That's correct.
And for the first several years of your investigation, did you either deny, well, let me ask it this way. Was it your assessment that the SUV did not contact that Chevy Traverse?
My assessment with the totality of it all was that based on the video, there was no damage that occurred to either vehicle at that point in time.
That wasn't my question, Sergeant. My question was your assessment that there was no contact between the two vehicles? Is that what you assessed during the course of your investigation?
I did not assess that there was no contact, no.
Even as recently as last year, you testified in another proceeding that the SUV came close to the Chevy Traverse, correct?
Yes, I said there's a lot of movement in that shot. It's difficult to tell if there was more for me to observe and push that certainty level up. I would have testified differently.
As you've seen the video enhanced, zoomed in on, do you wish to amend that testimony from last year?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Given what you've just seen, what is your testimony now about whether or not that SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
There is movement of the tire. There is
I know there's
movement.
movement of the tire. Could be an earthquake, could be someone standing there and pushing the car. I'm asking you, based on what you just saw in this video, do you believe that the SUV struck the Chevy Traverse?
Logically speaking, the two vehicles had to have come into contact for the tire to move.
They had to have collided, correct?
At a slow speed, yes.
Which area of the SUV collided with the Chevy Traverse? The front, the rear?
It appears from the video it's the right rear area of the Lexus SUV that comes into contact with the Traverse.
What time was this video taken?
I believe that is at 5:07 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Sergeant. I want to change gears again, if I could, and ask you about a dog.
Dog.
You're aware that the Alberts, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, had a dog that they named Chloe on on January 28th, 29th of 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow the question. Were you aware of that?
At what point in time, sir?
January 28th, 29th, that area.
Was I aware that they owned a dog on January 28th or 29th?
No. Are you aware now that on January 28th or 29th, they owned a dog? There was a dog in the house.
Now I am aware, yes.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you also become aware that the Alberts got rid of their family dog?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Sure.
Exciting. Apparently someone made something for me. I'm not exactly sure what they made for me, but we're going to play it and see what it is, because that sounds like fun. Or disaster, one of the two. So let's see what this thing is that someone made for me, and whether or not I hate putting it on screen. Upload it. Upload faster. 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 Upload. Wait. Wait some more. Still waiting. Yeah. Almost there. All right, let's see what the hell this thing is. It has potential. That has potential. We'll definitely have to put music to it, but it definitely has potential for the future. There is no audio. There is no sound in it. No, there's no sound. So we will have to record some lyrics later or get an AI to do it for us. One of the two. Watch the bar video, please. Okay. We'll see if the bar video does anything for us. All right, let's watch this video, see if this adds anything to the mix. Nah. Yeah, I'm not really getting very much from that, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not really getting anything from that. That doesn't really have any value to me, but maybe it has value to some of you guys. I'll let you judge for yourself, but it doesn't really do anything for me. Back to Spinny Fan it is. All right. Yeah, I mean it's just like, yeah, it doesn't really mean anything to me, but it's fine. All right, I'll tell you my joke now that we finally have time. Lord have mercy, this better be worth it. All right, so there's a guy in a hot air balloon, and he comes over a piece of land, and there's a guy standing on the land. And the guy in the hot air balloon yells down to the guy, says, "Hey, can you help me?" Guy on the ground says, "What's up?" The guy in the hot air balloon says, I'm not sure where I am. I'm lost. I don't know what direction I'm going. Can you tell me where I am?" Guy on the ground says, "Sure. You're in a hot air balloon. You're about 300 feet off the ground. You're currently over my farm." The guy in the hot air balloon says, "You must be a lawyer." Guy on the ground says, "Yes, I am. How'd you know?" Guy in the hot air balloon says, "Well, because I'm lost. I'm confused. I need help. I asked you a question, and the answer you gave me did nothing to assist me in any way." Guy on the ground says, "Well, you must be a client." Guy in the higher balloon says, "Yes, I am. How do you know?" He says, "Well, you're the one who's lost. You're the one who doesn't know where they're going. You're the one who's put themselves completely in this predicament. You asked me a question to which I gave you a truthful answer. You're no worse off than you were, and now suddenly it's my fault." Hopefully that joke was worth it. Thank you for tolerating me. a guy and his lawyer friend are talking at a bar. A very beautiful blonde woman walks into the bar. The guy says to his lawyer friend, "Man, I'd really like to screw her." The lawyer friend thinks for a second and says to his friend, "Out of what?" What's the difference between a prostitute and a lawyer? A prostitute will stop screwing you when you're dead.
I think I forgot where I left off. May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant, at some point during the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Albert family had gotten rid of the dog named Chloe?
We learned that they no longer cared for the dog. I don't know if get rid of is accurate.
Well, they don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
Or what if they didn't give it up for adoption?
I'm sorry?
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed, I guess?
Okay. So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct.
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car, yeah.
Okay. And you can get rid of a dog. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, you can get rid of a dog, yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of your investigation, did you find out that the Albert family got rid of Chloe?
We learned that they no longer owned Chloe, yes.
Okay. When did you learn that?
I
Yeah, sure.
cannot tell you exactly. I can tell you when we looked into it officially.
When did you look into it officially?
I traveled to the dog's home and assisted with identifying the dog and investigating that animal.
Okay. What documentation did you use to identify that animal?
It was veterinary records.
I want to stop you there. Veterinary records from whom? From the Albert family? When they ended?
I did not get any veterinary records from the Albert family.
The veterinary records that you did get were veterinary records that had been utilized with the Albert name? Where were these veterinary records?
The veterinary records were with the vet that's caring for the dog and also owns the dog now.
Okay.
And those records also had been dated prior to when the dog was owned by the Alberts.
Okay. So, other than some veterinary records that, and by the way, the dog's not even named Chloe, correct?
The new owners renamed the dog, yes.
Cora?
That's correct. yes.
And the new owners did not get that dog from Brian and Nicole Albert, did they?
No, they did not.
They got it from a separate person. Is that right?
That is correct.
Separate person named Riley?
That's her last name, yes.
This dog is traveling around, huh?
Does this person Riley have any records showing purchase of Chloe or adoption of Chloe from the Alberts?
No.
You did write a report about the newest owner of this animal, this dog, correct?
I documented my trip to the location and the steps I took and services I provided in the investigation.
And in that report, you omitted the name of the new owner?
I'm not sure.
Did you omit the location of where you actually came in contact with this animal?
You're going to have to show me my report. I don't remember.
I'm telling you guys, I want proof of life. I want proof of life. I'm sus, baby. I am so sus. This is the same dog. I am all the sus. Chloe's dead. Tell the truth. Chloe's dead. You monsters.
Okay, I apologize about that.
No problem.
I'm the one slowing us down just a little bit. May I approach?
Yes.
Did this, reviewing your report, refresh your recollection as to whether or not the new owner's identifying information is in this report?
It did.
And is that information in the report?
No, it is not.
You've got, there are some veterinary records that you supplied along with your report, correct?
Yes.
That you gathered?
I'm sorry, what was
That you
it?
gathered along while you were doing?
Yes, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why did you kill
Thank you.
Chloe?
We'll take a look at those 4 documents.
What did Chloe do? It's not fair.
Do those appear to be the veterinary records that you gathered related to this animal?
Yes, it does.
Do any of those records, any of the veterinary records, the 4 pages that you're holding, even include the name Cora or the name of the new owner?
I browsed through it, and no, it does not appear that Cora or the new owner are included in any of these 4 pages.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't have any transfer records for Chloe, correct?
All the records that are provided by the owner.
I'm going to go through a series of questions, Sergeant. If you can answer it yes or no, that might make it go a little faster. You don't have any transfer records, correct?
I wouldn't know what it looks like. That's why it's even quicker me telling you that that's all the records that I have.
Okay. I want an answer to my question. You
Okay.
don't have any transfer records.
I don't know what a transfer record would look like, so
the
I
answer
can't.
is no.
I don't know.
Okay. You don't have any rehoming records.
I don't know.
You don't have any purchase records.
I don't know.
The only records you do have are those 4 pages of veterinary records that don't have the name Cora and don't have the new owner's name. Correct?
That's correct.
You would agree, shifting gears for a second, that timely report writing obviously is an important aspect of any investigation, correct?
It is important, but we can only write reports as feasibly and possibly we're capable of doing. Sometimes investigations are rapid, so you can't write a report. You take notes, and some time goes by before you actually document the information on an official report. The information's there, it's gathered, it's maintained by the investigator, it's shared, it's acted on at times, but the official reports might take some time to write.
So obviously, if you're, like you said, things are fast moving in an investigation. It might be that you interview a witness on a Tuesday, you're super busy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It might be Friday before you can even sit down and draft a report about that interview that you did on Tuesday, correct?
Different circumstances dictate differently.
That would be completely normal.
Yes, it is.
But most of the time, it's best practices, and you're taught, and you teach your subordinates, that it's best practices to reduce to writing and memorialize a report as close in time to the event in question that's being memorialized as you can, right? Obviously, perfect world.
In the perfect world, we'd write it as it's happening.
I want to know the most basic question, and I really hope, I know it's open-ended, which is dangerous, but I want to know the answer to the question: how did you verify that the dog you found is the same dog the Alberts had? And if the answer is the veterinary records, is there something about the veterinary records that allows you to identify the particular dog? I want to know the answer, but no one's answering this question or asking this question. It makes me. Someone's better ask this question, or I'm going to get pissed.
Are you aware that more than 20 official police reports in this case were not recorded for more than 100 days from the time that the event in question was done, was being memorialized?
I did not know the exact date in delay.
Are you aware that there are 11 reports that are more than 300 days from the time of the event that
That's
was
a long
being
time.
memorialized?
I was not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 3 reports that are more than 400 days?
That's also a
from the
long time.
Of the event that was being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that there are 4 reports that are more than 500 days from the time of the event that's being memorialized?
I am not aware, no.
Are you aware that the longest delay of any report in this investigation was 581 days?
I am not aware of that, no.
I mean, I think the term contemporaneous has a bit of flexibility to it, but you'd have a tough time justifying 580 days as contemporaneous. Yeah, okay, that's a lot.
Became aware early on in your investigation of 2 individuals named Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxon, correct?
They are witnesses, yes.
Both Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon, you learned, were outside 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
We did learn within our investigation at some point, yes.
And you learned, Sergeant, very early on in that investigation because you interviewed Ryan Nagel in February of 2022. It was just days after the event, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact date.
Obviously, as you just said, you became aware that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon were witnesses in your homicide investigation, important witnesses, you'd agree, correct?
They were witnesses.
You learned that they arrived at the house at 34 Fairview sometime after Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived and pulled up behind their parked SUV, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure, you learned that where they fit into the investigative puzzle is that they pulled up behind Karen Reed's SUV when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview. They pulled up sometime after that and pulled up right behind them, correct?
That's not correct.
What is not correct about that?
They arrived simultaneously. Karen Reed took a right onto Fairview. They yielded to them and followed towards 34 Fairview, stopping at the driveway as Karen Reed proceeded further up.
Did you listen to the testimony in this case up to this point?
No.
There's a sequestration order, correct? Correct?
Yes, yes.
Which means you can't listen to the testimony of witnesses, eyewitnesses, who are testifying in front of these jurors. Is that
Correct, yes.
You don't know how witnesses have testified from that witness box in front of these jurors, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay. So your information is that they pulled up simultaneously, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you just testified to?
That's my memory from what the the interview produced.
You certainly knew that there were eyewitnesses to the condition and the location of Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes, yes, from their interviews, yes.
And you also are aware that they would have been in a position to see the occupants of Miss Reed's SUV as they were behind it and then pulled around it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you become aware that they were in a position behind the SUV and as they pull around it, they could still see the SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew what potential role they played in your investigation as eyewitnesses, correct? Generally?
When we interviewed them, when we learned of their existence, when we interviewed them, we collected information based on their recollection.
Okay. My question was, you're aware that they had a certain perspective as it relates to the SUV that night, early morning hours, right?
Based on their interviews, they had a perspective with the brake light being on constantly.
I'm not asking you what they said. I'm asking you if during the course of your investigation you learned that Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon had a perspective. They were eyewitnesses to certain things. As
Yes.
relative to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You instructed your subordinate, Michael Proctor, to interview those witnesses in August of 2022, correct?
I'm not sure when they were interviewed.
I'm sure
I
you're
don't
not.
have a memory of instructing him to go interview them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You take a look at that document and tell me if you, why don't you just tell me if that, whether or not that refreshes your recollection. as to communications you had with Michael Proctor specifically. Thank you, Sergeant. Does that refresh your recollection as to a conversation, or I'm sorry, a communication that you had with Michael Proctor?
Unfortunately, it does not. I will take the document at face value. I do not have a memory of having these communications, but I will take the document if it's authentic and it is true and accurate that it took place. But I do not have a memory of sending these text messages.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Also, my name's misspelled in there. Is that from the extraction, or where is that from?
Couldn't tell you. Wasn't me.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't take credit for that. Thanks. If your memory is not refreshed about that particular communication, do you remember in general communicating with Michael Proctor about interviewing Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxim?
I do not know. I'm sorry.
Would that have been something that you would have found important relatively early on in the investigation? These are eyewitnesses. Let's get them interviewed.
Yes, it is. It is important to interview anyone that's an eyewitness. Sometimes it takes longer because. Are you listening? I'm sorry.
Thanks.
You asked the question. I just wanted to answer.
I know the answers to my own questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So while we want to interview every eyewitness, sometimes an important fact is already detailed and witnessed by another witness. So in this situation, we had already interviewed one of the occupants, the one that was driving, the one that had the observed the events taking place, and we asked him if we were going to talk to the other two, would they have the same recollection, observations? Did they leave the vehicle to go in the house at all? Anything like that? Anything different? So that's...
Okay, so it would be important, obviously, to interview witnesses in a timely manner.
In some instances, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember when Trooper Proctor actually interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and... I'm sorry, when Michael Proctor interviewed Ricky D'Antonio and Heather Maxim?
I do not have a memory of that, no. I'm sure a report would indicate when.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I may have misspoken. Sergeant, take a look at that. I thought that was a report from somebody else. It's a report from you, actually. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to when Ricky D'Antonio was actually interviewed.
Yes, this report, authored by me, was states that on Saturday, September 2nd, he was interviewed.
What year?
2023.
So that would have been a year and a half later, correct?
Yes.
Do you believe that's a timely report, or rather a timely interview for an eyewitness, the gravity of which is described in your report?
We again, perfect
Back scratcher for the
ideal
win, baby.
world scenario.
Back
It
scratcher
would
for the
be
win.
quicker.
So that would be...
Keep a back scratcher near you at all times, baby.
But that would be untimely, correct? Year and a half later?
We do the best we can.
You indicated that your memory was that the cars arrived simultaneously. That's a interview with Ricky D'Antona. You see the highlighted portion?
I see it.
Ricky D'Antona actually told you that the car was
Objection.
parked, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, can I see that, please?
Spinny fan, spins for justice's spinny fan. It's 5 till 4. You would think the court's going to be ending pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah, he'll be back on Monday. It certainly seems that way. I don't know whether or not the defense is trying to do it by design or not, but they seem, whether by design or not, they're going to get this guy. There's not going to be any more witnesses today. So if they were trying to keep this guy on through the weekend, mission accomplished.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you interviewed Ricky D'Antona, he indicated that upon their arrival at home, 34 Fairview, quote, a dark-colored SUV was parked in front of the home facing up towards Chapman Street. That's what he told you, correct?
That's what the report indicates for Ricky's interview, yes.
And in fact, you wrote this report based on Ricky's interview.
I wrote that report, yes.
Thank you. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm just about to start.
Why don't we come to sidebar now from the floor?
Spinny fan. I probably should try to go to bed a little bit earlier in the day. I woke up a little bit earlier than I wanted to, too. Didn't get quite the solid sleep I really wanted. I got okay sleep, but not great sleep. Can we make a sidebar version of Baby Shark? Sidebar, do-do-do-do. Sidebar, do-do-do-do. Sidebar, do-do-do-do. Sidebar. Sidebar, do-do-do-do. Sidebar, do-do-do-do. Sidebar, do-do-do-do. Sidebar. Is that what you were looking for? I'm only like 80% here. I'm definitely not at my uncivil best right now. It's been a long week. A little tired. And then we have to get up and do it again on Monday. You're in bed sick. I'm sorry to hear that, Bama Law, that you're sick. That's no fun. Bama Law, how long have you been a lawyer? Or are you still in law school, or what's the deal? I forget. You have to remind me. I apologize if you've told me before, but I'm not at my best. Are you a lawyer? And if so, for how long? What field of law? 15 years? That's cool. What kind of law do you do? Criminal and civil? No, that covers pretty much everything, doesn't it then? Lol. Yeah. Yeah. It reminds me of a joke from a British panel show.
Especially as this moves along, I think it becomes more important for me to talk to the lawyers about scheduling to give you some idea on how we're doing. I can tell you that everybody's in agreement that we are right on schedule. So we're not behind schedule. Optimistically, maybe we're still a little bit ahead, but we are on schedule for planning for Christmas. Monday, I'm going to ask you all to come in at 10. So we'll start at 10 o'clock on Monday, and we will go a full day Monday. We'll leave every day next week, we'll use a full day. So we will see you next week. Those same cautions. Please do
Wait,
not
are they coming in
discuss
Monday, but the
anything
lawyers are coming in early, or do I get an extra
independent
hour?
research or investigation into this case. If
I'm
you
not
happen
clear.
to see, hear, or read anything about this case,
I want an
please
extra hour too,
disregard and
damn
let
it.
us know. Be very careful with your social media use, and have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday at 10. Sergeant, we need you back.
Well, if you ever want to join me, Bama Law, on stream, if you just want to join me one day, let me know. I could use some company, so I don't have to keep being witty all the time. Like, what is this bullshit? So,
Court's in session, please be seated.
All right, so Monday we'll start with the jury at 10. If you need me before 10, please let people know so that we can deal with anything we can beforehand. I'll be here before 10. So, all right, we'll see you on
Thank you,
Monday.
Ron.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
so it looks like tentatively we're all starting at 10. Yay, I get an extra hour on Monday. That's exciting. A free extra hour for uncivil. Yay. All right, I guess that'll bring us to the end of the stream. Long day, my friends, long day. Take just a minute to decompress before I sign off here. Just breathe together for a second. That's fine. So I guess this guy is still in the stand on Monday with what's left to cross and rehabilitation, and then I don't know what we're doing after that. I really don't want to hear so much more from this guy. Bama, you'd call Proctor as the prosecution? Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. I'd probably call him on Monday. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. If I were the prosecutor, I'd call him on Monday. seems like the appropriate time to call him. You're going to take 3 days worth of pain, and then hopefully you get 2 full days to like make the jury forget before the weekend. Yeah, that's what I'd probably do. I'd probably call Proctor on Monday if I were the Commonwealth. But it doesn't look like that's what they're going to do, so which seems like a strategic mistake. Mike W says, finally became clear to me, Yuri's punishment wasn't PTO docking. It was you get to be crossed as a surrogate for Proctor. Yeah, I mean, it not calling Proctor as the Commonwealth only really makes sense if one of two things is true. One, you're somehow convinced the defense won't do it, which I don't think you can really make that gamble. That seems like a lot, especially when there seems like a lot of fodder there. So that seems like a bad bet. Yeah, I'm not going to call the lead detective who has been dishonorably discharged because of this case. Yeah, that sounds like something I definitely am. Yeah, it sounds like something I'm going to do as the defense, right? So yes, sounds like a pretty high probability event. So like banking on the fact that the defense isn't going to do it sounds like a fool's errand. The only other way it makes sense is, well, there's I guess 2 other ways it makes sense. Somehow it's a trap, which I don't see that either. I guess I'm not supposed to if it's a trap. And the only other way it makes sense is if by the defense doing it, somehow I think my rebuttal case is going to be so great that they're going to completely forget about it. But that's a lot, man. Like to bank, yeah, it's like, well, let me not bring it up so that my rebuttal case is so awesome that they're going to completely like forgive me for this thing. It's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. So I feel like it's got to be a strategic mistake not calling Proctor. You know? Yeah. They have to know they're losing. I don't think they're necessarily losing for reasons I stated. I think that if the Commonwealth played it the way that I've played it out in my head, I think that the 2 to 3 odds I gave them before would still be pretty reasonable. This is the shit show portion of the trial. This was always inevitable with this fact pattern. With this fact pattern, this was inevitable. So you put the shit in the middle, and you with primacy and recency, and kind of hope for the best because you don't really have any alternatives. So if the Commonwealth was going to play this the way that I've sort of played it out in my head, I think 2 to 3 is still a realistic estimate. But if they're not going to call Proctor, that feels like a strategic error. And then I have to like recalculate the probabilities because the defense is going to make it as painful as possible. I think that's probably true. Something like that. Something like that. Could they not declare Proctor a hostile witness? I mean, I don't know the finer points of the rules in this jurisdiction relating to hostile witnesses, but it feels like a gimme as a hostile witness, unless the rules are somehow more constrained in this jurisdiction. But it feels like a pretty strong gimme. If Proctor offed himself or took the fifth, I'd just read his testimony into the record from his last trial. I'll get someone on the stand to play Proctor and read his testimony into the record. We can do it the hard way. That's fine. It's prior sworn testimony. Both parties had ample opportunity to question. It's a witness unavailable. Let's read his testimony into the record. We'll do it the hard way, baby. Yep, witness otherwise not available. Same if he took the fifth, right? If he took the fifth or he offed himself, either way, witness not available. Prior sworn testimony, both sides had opportunity to question. Read his testimony into the record, baby. No problem. Easy peasy. Easy peasy, no problem. No juror will look at this evidence and convict. I just don't think that's true in the real world. I think that's true. I think that's true in as a matter of law, it's right, but juries are juries and they're human beings. So I don't think you're right. I think, we're in the shit phase of the case. The Commonwealth is going to end their case with the medical stuff they want, the dog bite stuff they want, and most importantly, aperture for them. That's how they end, logically. So they have, the four witnesses or whatever it was who said they heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him." So they had their 4 or 5 witnesses or whatever it was at the start. So they have the confession, as it were, as they'll characterize it. They finish with, the medical evidence and physical evidence they believe gets them where they want to be. That's how they end. Primacy and recency. Everything in the middle is the shit sandwich they kind of hope everyone forgets. They defense pounds reasonable doubt as they do. I haven't heard from Aperture yet, but I'm assuming that the battle of the experts is going to be a wash because that seems like a plausible prediction. There's like a 5 to 10% base chance they convict just because there's a defendant sitting at the defense table. You throw in the fact that that's a cop that's dead, that's got to change the odds in favor of the state. They lean on the physical evidence, they lean on the confession, and juries eat confessions up. They eat them up. And that gets you a long way, man. That gets you a really long way. Now, I know that the physics is bullshit, but juries have overlooked bigger discrepancies in view of confessions before. So if the state played it perfectly, 2 out of 3 seems realistic. I think you guys are also unfortunately forgetting that there were 6 votes at least and 8 votes by the end after the Allen charge to convict her of manslaughter because Karen Reed was there, John O'Keefe was there, therefore Karen Reed did it. And the case is better now than it was then. So if 8 members of the jury were ready to convict then on that case, this case so far is better than that case. And this case presumably will be better because they have their better medical examiner, they have their dog bite expert, they have their better physicists. They're in a better position than they were last time. They fixed their holes in their ground in their case. So the defense has it's impossible going for them. The state has the confession, and 2 out of 3, baby. It's pretty realistic. But if they're not going to call Proctor and not draw that sting, that's got to hurt their odds, because not only does the defense get to make Proctor look as like the biggest piece of shit they possibly can, but also the Commonwealth loses credibility in favor of the jury. And how they can expect the jury not to notice that is, that's a lot to expect them not to notice or forget about. So, yeah. They never mention he's a cop. The fact that he's a cop has been mentioned multiple times. It has been mentioned many, many times throughout the case that he is a cop, a former cop. It has been mentioned a lot. She's toast in a civil suit? Well, a civil suit will be judged by its own terms, but given where we're sitting right now, it's not looking really promising. Of course, that depends a lot on the competence of the plaintiff's counsel in the civil suit, but if they have a conviction, especially, that will help them along the way. $5 from Barb K. I'm anxiously awaiting the outcome to see how close I am to reading this outcome correctly. Yep. You think the worst case is a hung jury? He was never hit by a car. You don't have to convince me. But Aperture's going to say that he was. How they're going to do that, I don't know, but they're going to say it. And I'm going to assume that Aperture is going to sound convincing. It's a plausible contention. I mean, we've never heard from Aperture. We have no idea what they're going to say. But I'm assuming, because it's a reasonable assumption in my calculation, I'm assuming that Aperture is going to get up there and they're going to say some stuff that's going to come off as credible, relating to why this totally makes sense under the laws of physics. I'm going to assume that, they're going to come off as credible and plausible. And, if all else fails, there's always dummy mode. You just throw enough tech jargon in there. If all else fails, you just throw enough tech mumbo jumbo in there. Everyone goes to dummy mode and their brain just turns off. And, then you can kind of go from there. So, yeah. Would it be enough for me? Well, Aperture would have to convince me somehow that they'd have to convince me somehow their physics makes sense. The biggest problem for me, and I've said that multiple times, the biggest problem for me is how does a 7,000-pound car going backwards at 25 miles an hour hit a guy with enough force to create a disabling blow, but not enough force to create any torn ligaments, torn muscles, or bruising? How is that possible? Right? So if Aperture has a really good answer to that question, so there's no longer the least ground, if they can somehow show me why this is possible, then I'll be like, oh, okay. And then, like, I guess I'd move on to a different part, and I'd have to move on to what is the next biggest problem in the case. It's like, what is the next biggest problem if they can convince me it's possible? Beyond a reasonable doubt, mind you, which is a lot. But if somehow they can convince me it's beyond a reasonable doubt, what is the next biggest problem for the state? Well, I suppose the next biggest problem for the state is the fact that, like, they weren't able to find any pieces of taillight during the first two searches. That's pretty bad. And, the suspicion relating to that. But if they can convince me it's possible, they're a lot closer to getting home. So yeah, I mean, but someone has to convince me it's possible for a 7,000-pound car going backwards at 25 miles an hour to hit a guy with enough force to disable him, but not enough force to create any bruising. They have to convince me of that, which seems difficult. That seems like a challenge, but maybe we'll see. Yeah, they'd have to convince me that, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's rough. All right, I'm tired. I'm very, very tired. Yeah. The Commonwealth claimed no, Lex is going 25 in reverse. They said that in the last trial. I think 24 and a half was the exact number they said, but whatever. Yeah, you think today was a great stream? I'm not sure it was my best, Tony, but I appreciate the compliment anyway. I want some ice cream. I want a sundae. I want a sundae. That's what I want in my day. I want a sundae. I've deserved it. Hit me up on Discord if you want to go out and get some sundaes. I want a sundae and some alcohol. I want both sundaes and alcohol. Hit me up on Discord if you want to go out. We can see if we can put something together. I'll talk to you guys later. Where's my sign off button? It's around here somewhere.